Last night. It was really incredible to hear from so many women from around the world and their solutions. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Good morning. Good morning, everyone. So we're starting our third day together, and we're going to begin with our morning welcome. Thank you.
O ke au I ka huli vela ka honua. O ke au I ka huli lole ka lani. O ke au I kuka I a ka kala. E ho o malama I ka malama. O ke au o makali I ka po, po vale hoi hanau ka po. O ka vale vale, o ka vale vale, o ke kumu o ka lipo I lipo ai. O ke kumu o ka po I po ai. O ka lipo lipo, o ka lipo lipo, o ka lipo kala, o ka lipo ka po. Po vale hoi hanau ka po, hanau po ele I ka po. He kane, hanau po ele I ka po, he wahine. Hanau po ele I ka po, he kane, hanau po ele I ka po, he wahine. Did you know that in 1893, Hawaii, my country, was illegally invaded by the American military of the US? Did you know that in 1896, my mother tongue was banned in all schools and government offices? Did you know in 1898, fraudulent annexation of my country to America occurred? Probably a very familiar story to many of our peoples. These are just a few of the eha, the hurt that has tried to cut us off from our ancestral knowledge, from our indigenous knowledge, our traditional knowledge. However, the wisdom of our ancestors resides in each and every one of you, each and every one of us. And sometimes it just takes a little bit of reawakening. The mele, the chant, the song, the story, this poem that I started with is a very small part of a genealogical chant that teaches us that the land is the elder sibling and that the people are the younger sibling, meant to care for each other in a reciprocal, interdependent relationship. Over the last few days, we've talked about these important relationships between the people, between the land, our biodiversity. Each and every one of us, wahine, or women, have these stories. As we continue to draft our Women's Action Plan today and tomorrow, I want us to remember and to honor all those that have worked really hard on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. It's a global framework that contains crucial guidance for building societies that ensure full equality and rights of indigenous peoples. The UN DRIP is the guide to design and implement climate change policies as they relate to indigenous peoples. For example, any policy, program, or project which will be implemented on indigenous lands should be carried out with the free, prior, and informed consent of the indigenous peoples. Many problems arise from neglect of our rights of this FPIC principle. It's been really exciting over the last few days and such an honor for me to be here amongst all of you, many who I've heard a lot of things about, and many of you who I've worked with before. And so I bring greetings from my people, from the Kanaka Maoli of Hawaii, as well as bring greetings from many of the indigenous peoples around the world. And it's been such an honor and an exciting time for us to bring a lot of our work together for the benefit of taking care of Mother Earth and for continuing this relationship that we've been taught about from our kupuna, from our elders. And so we welcome all of you here this morning and look forward to having a great day together. Aloha.
Thank you. I'm Kelly Rigg from the Global Call for Climate Action. You know, we've been talking the last day or so about solutions to climate change, and the action plan that comes out of here is meant to be all about solutions. But I'll bet you didn't realize there's actually already a formula for success. Will you be able to get it on screen?
It will be up in a second.
Okay. It turns out that if you want to have success, if you want your idea to take hold in society, you have to have about 10% of the population on side. It's a tipping point. And that's the mathematical formula that represents that tipping point, which I don't know if any of you are mathematicians. I can barely add up a column of numbers in my head, so it doesn't mean much. But what that means, this is really a formula for our success. How do we get to 10% of the population to support us? And just to show you why that's important, the researchers who came up with this calculation said that when the number of committed opinion holders is below 10%, there is no visible progress in the spread of ideas. It would literally take the amount of time comparable to the age of the universe for this size group to reach the majority. But once that number grows above 10%, the idea spreads like flame. So this has got me to thinking a lot about conversations yesterday about fragmentation versus diversity. How do we make sure that a diverse movement of people, which collects, you know, maybe thousands, at the most maybe tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of signatures on a petition or a document, actually starts to get the feel that we are 10% of the majority, and more than that. And of course, with climate change, it's a tricky problem because we also have a very strong percentage of people working against us from the other side. So what the number really is for climate change, I don't know. But one heartening thing that I read recently, at least in the United States, was opinion research conducted by Tony Lazarowitz and his team at Yale, which said that 13% of Americans are prepared to take action, to undergo civil disobedience in order to protect the climate. That's about 40 million Americans. So when you compare that to, say, how excited we were about the 50,000 people that took action at the White House to protest tar sands, you realize there's an enormous potential that's still untapped. So I would like to just appeal for us as we go through this final couple of days to figure out how we can aggregate our work and come up with a number that really feels like a lot, that makes our ideas spread like fire. My organization, the Global Call to Climate Action, is about to launch in the next months exactly that, a new global call for climate action. But what's different about that, it's not just another declaration with a few signatures on it, but we hope to get signatures on it. and it's meant to try to aggregate all of the different petitions and calls to action for the kind of change that we want to see, for really powerful change. So I'm hoping that, for example, the declaration that comes out of here can be aggregated in the numbers. I just came from the Pacific Islands Forum, where the Majuro Declaration for Climate Leadership was adopted. I hope we get a lot of signatures and commitments to action through that. But somehow we need to bring all that together in one place and really communicate the millions of people that are behind our movement. Thank you.
At this time, if we can all kui luna or stand up. And if you're okay with joining hands with the person next to you, that would be great. In this opening prayer, it's a 4-line chant, and the words say, "Okea kalamai, e ho mai ka ike mai luna mai e." And we call upon our beings, our higher beings, our elders, to descend upon us the knowledge from above. E ho mai ka ike mai luna mai e, ona mea huna no e au, ona mele. All that is hidden, all that is before us, open up this path. And then I end with the same words, e ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. Can everyone say e ho mai? E ho mai. So when I get to that point, if you would like to join me in doing e ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e, please join me, and I will do the chant 3 times. E ho mai kai ke mai luna mai e, o na mea una no e au o na mele. E ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. Ai e ho mai kai ke mai luna mai e, o na mea una no e au o na mele. E ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. Ai e ho mai kai ke mai luna mai e, o na mea una no e au o na mele. E ho mai, e ho mai, e ho mai e. Thank you.
Okay, so we're going to continue our introductions. If Rosemary would please come and help us with the candles. So we're going to just pass the mic around the tables, and of course some of you introduced yourselves yesterday, so just pass the mic to the next person. And again, these are going to be 1-minute introductions or less. Our timekeeper says 1 minute or less, so you say your name, the country you're from, and just a brief statement about what you want to see coming out of the summit. And we'll just go around, and as I said, if you did it yesterday, just pass it to the next person. And for those of you who were not here yesterday, we're lighting candles as each woman says her name to really be symbolically honoring each of you, coming to this space together for caring for our earth and future generations, and how together we create a bright light when we are united together in this way.
Good morning. So I had the chance to introduce myself yesterday evening, but just briefly again, my name is Kosha Anya-Joubert. I come from South Africa, currently living in Scotland, and I currently serve as the president of the Global Eco-Village Network, representing around 20,000 communities and villages worldwide that are really walking their talk, both in mitigating and adapting to climate change, but also in creating north-south, east-west conversations around these issues. And I'd love you all to support us in really coming above the tipping point of moving beyond what we're doing now to transitioning whole societies, as we're doing currently in Senegal and Thailand already. Thank you very much.
Hello, good morning. My name is Shauna Steffen. I'm with the Restorative Leadership Institute in Colorado, and I am here both as witness in my role and also deeply hoping to evolve our understanding about what it will take to bring out the best of our diverse humanity to ensure a sustainable world.
Good morning, everybody. Pleasure to be here. My name is Schlatek. I'm with an organization called the Heinrich Böll Foundation. I work in the Washington, D.C. office. As you can hear from my accent, I'm originally from Germany. And I think for me, what I wanted to get personally out of the summit, I've already accomplished, because I wanted to get a grounding in all the wonderful activities that are happening on the ground to kind of lift up the work that I'm trying to do on a global policy level to get that earth grounding back. And obviously for all of us, I would hope that we kind of aggregate, knowing that everybody brings different strengths and different capabilities and different efforts, whether it's on the ground or at the policy level, to that joint work here and aggregate it to a common good.
Hi, my name is Lisa Friedman. I'm a deputy editor of Climate Wire. We're an energy policy magazine in Washington. I'm just a journalist covering this. Janet Redman told me about this fantastic event. Since I was up here for Climate Week and UN General Assembly, I thought it was a great opportunity to learn about what some really amazing women are doing in this space. Thanks. Oh. Is everyone?
Hi, my name is Shannon Biggs. I work with Global Exchange, an international human rights organization based in San Francisco, California. And I'm here because women really are the core of the work I do, working with communities to strengthen and empower protections for their ecosystems and to protect future generations. It's really the women carrying this work that I do on the ground. And it's so powerful to be here. I'm inspired by meeting so many women from around the world who are and learning the lessons and what our shared experiences are, and how we can not only learn from each other but connect with each other and grow and powerfully move our movement forward.
And this is only introductions for delegates, so.
Hi everyone, I am Bridget Burns from the Women's Environment and Development Organization, also known as We Do. And We Do's been working for several years now on global policy, particularly in the climate change arena, trying to raise awareness and to do advocacy on the linkages between gender equality and climate change. And for me personally, being part of an organization so steeped in history of mobilizing women and inspiring women leaders, I'm really here for movement. I think there's a real need for political will to move our governments, to move decision makers, corporations to actually enact change. So I'm here to be inspired and to help build the movement for that political will.
Bom dia, meu nome é Mayalu, vim do Xingu, terra indígena Capotjarina, e da onde eu vim eu trabalho na educação e no Instituto Ranney, junto com parceria Amazon Watt.
Good morning, my name is Mayalu and I come from the Xingu, from the land called Capotjarina, and where I come from I work with the Instituto Ranney and also with education.
E espero estou aqui para ser a voz do meu povo, representando as mulheres Kayapó, representando as mulheres indígenas. E hoje estou aqui para fortalecer a união de todas as mulheres de todos os lugares do mundo inteiro, para realmente termos uma vida sustentável e assegurar a vida na Terra.
And I am here to represent the voice of Kayapó women from my people, and also to strengthen the voice of women overall with you, so we can really have a sustainable world.
Obrigada.
Good morning. My name is Casey Camp Hornick. That's my colonized name, Ijiji Juthi Pankabadi, Oklahoma. My real name is Juthi, which not many folks but Ponkas know. Now you're in on it. I'm here because my people are suffering from environmental genocide as a result of the killing fields of ConocoPhillips and other extractive industries on our land that has virtually decimated land, earth, air, water, and a result of our people suffering from cancers, autoimmune diseases, unborns able to make it to their first breath. And I'm here to join arms with you in this healing of our Mother Earth so that we may be healed as well. Sha.
Good morning, my name is Termiza Hussain and I represent Voice of Women from the Maldives. While we are gathered here 9,000 miles away, Maldivians are fighting to restore democracy that was stolen from them 2 years ago. We are fighting to restore democracy because without law and order, without peace, without respect for human rights and women's rights, we cannot fight for issues. And our slogan has been Kuriya, Kuriya, Bara Kuriya, which means forward, forward, faster, forward. And my hope for the people gathered, for the amazing women gathered here is that we can go forward with the same determination and the same unwavering spirit, Kuriya, Kuriya, Bara Kuriya.
Well, good morning. My name is Carmen. I also have an indigenous name. I just forgot. It is Ulala, which is the flower of the cactus. That's what they call me in my house. I am engineer in agronomy. I live in the city of La Paz, which is 3,600 meters above sea level. I work with the poor communities in Bolivia, the municipalities with low income, and they are probably the poorest communities in the whole planet. And I also belong to a very special group of young people, which is called Reacción Climática. They are all activists against climate change, and they are very aware of what's going on and trying to teach people what is all this new issue that is climate change and everything that's go beyond. And I'm really proud to be here. I want to thank Osprey and all of you to be sharing these experiences and histories with me. Thank you.
My name is Svetlana Slesarenok. I came from very nice Ukrainian city, Odessa, located on Black Sea. For me, it's very, very important to not think about some administrative border, some country border, but to think about natural border like basin, river basins or sea basin. But it is very, very special pleasure to be here without any borders, to meet global women who has the same style of mind as I have. Thank you very much for all here. I hope to take expertise, because what I am doing now in Black Sea region, somebody did somewhere. It is very big opportunity to take this expertise, and I hope that you see my solution and you will come to me who has this expertise. And I hope for future cooperation. Thank you very much, and I represent Black Sea Women's Club.
Hello everybody, my name is Nadezhda Kutepova. I come from the heart of Russia, where Ural Mountain is divided our continent for Asia and Europe. I am human rights law. Every day of my job I defend nuclear victims. In our region, the first nuclear accident happened in 1957, and I was born in closed nuclear city. And my mission here to tell and to show about real consequences of using of nuclear energy, because every day I'm working with the second and third generations of victims. I know real situation, and most of all knows that sometimes we are hearing that nuclear lobby says nuclear is solution for climate, and I see my vision to stop this wrong idea, because nuclear is not solution for climate. Nuclear only want to have subsidies for climate money. So thank you for cooperation, and I think that together we will win. Not today maybe, but in future necessary. Thank you.
Buenos días, mi nombre es Patricia Hualinga, soy de la Amazonía de Ecuador.
Good morning everyone, my name is Patricia. I'm from Ecuador, from the Amazon jungle in Ecuador.
Estoy acá porque me interesa muchísimo el tema del cambio climático y porque tiene que ver mucho con la destrucción de los territorios y los bosques donde habitamos.
I'm here because I'm extremely concerned about climate change, and of course because this impacts our lifestyle, this impacts our land, our way of living.
Soy de un pueblo muy pequeño, de 1,200 habitantes, pero un pueblo rebelde que logró que la empresa petrolera saliera corriendo de ahí.
I come from a very small town, a very small village for 1,200 people, but we are very, very brave. We make the oil company who was working around us just run away from us.
Nosotros hemos ganado un juicio internacional al Estado de Ecuador y hemos sido considerados un precedente importante para la lucha de los pueblos indígenas.
We won a lawsuit against the Ecuadorian government. We are now a reference for different causes in the world when it comes to sue the government because of these environmental horrific accidents.
Creo que este encuentro de mujeres va a ser muy importante porque yo siempre he dicho que las mujeres manejemos la integralidad del conocimiento con la tierra y el cielo.
This event is extremely important because I always said we as women, we manage everything. We manage our land, we manage our resources, and we manage the education environment education. Thank you so much.
Hello, my name's Natalie Isaacs. I'm from Australia. I'm the founder of 1 Million Women, and we exist to inspire, empower, motivate, but most importantly, mobilize 1 million women to take action, direct action on climate change through the way that we live, through the choices we make every single day, and through how we spend our money. We focus on women that are not already there, women that are detached from this issue for whatever reason. Women who live privileged lives like I do, that are over-consuming, that are disconnected, and we find a way to engage them to live the least impact on the planet. Our whole reason for existence is to create profound behaviour change. And my hope for this summit with all you amazing women is to find the real on-the-ground solutions, the real actions that we can take in our lives. Thank you.
Yeah, hello, my name is Sabina Bock. I'm from Germany. And I must say I was really overwhelmed yesterday by all these, very great women and all this power and strength which is here in the room, or a lot of you said also wisdom. And at my organization, WCF, Women in Europe for a Common Future, and Women International, we also work with a lot of amazing women, and we try to bring the experiences from the ground to the policy level. And because policy influences all of us so much, so I think activities on the ground are so important and are the basis, but then policy really also is just the framework for everything what happens. So for me, my goal here is also to see how we can make a plan for how to influence the UNFCCC negotiations, because in 2015 we know that there will be hopefully a new agreement. We don't have much time to bring in the women voices, and together with Vidu and others, we are working in the Women and Gender constituency, and it would be great to really have strong voices of women and influence on all levels we are active. Sorry. So this is my TEVA plan of action for how to influence UNFCCC.
Buenos días, Marta Benavides, El Salvador. Last night I shared with you about the urgency of really taking the lead on post-2030 development agenda, and even to make sure that we know what development is. I think that a lot of the projects that have been presented here give an insight of the kinds of things that need to happen and must happen, and I am grateful that happened. But I must tell you that today and yesterday and tomorrow and the following days, decisions are being made at the community of nations that we call the United Nations. And those decisions are agreements that then the governments follow. The governments that then later on we go and fight because we were not present in the process now. So it is important that we see that the United Nations is ours. It doesn't belong to the paid employees that we have that are called government. You know, in Mexico and some of the countries in Latin America, we say citizen president. So the World Social Forum has been saying another world is possible, but it's only possible if we live it. So please, let's not leave from here without making sure that all this work amount for leverage at the world level for the planet and for the people.
My name is Hala Yusri. I work at the Desert Research Center in Egypt, and as I previously forward the greetings from the sons and the grandsons and granddaughters of the pharaohs to you. I'm very happy and honored to be among you here, and I like very much the declaration, and my hope is that this declaration would not stand as things on paper. I hope that we can translate that into actions on all levels, on our communities level, on our national level, on the international level, and this way we can help each other. We can do it, and we will do it. I love you all. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Sheila Ngozi Muthoni Oparacha. I'm from Zambia, but I'm currently living and working in the Netherlands. I'm here representing with my colleague Gail Carson. We're representing 1,300 member organizations of the Energy Network that span 22 countries in Asia and in Africa. We have been working for the past 17 years to expand energy access to women in developing countries. We work from within, work for change from within, providing technical and financial resources to energy organizations that really want to deliver impacts on gender equality and women's empowerment within the energy sector. Not what I hope, but what I'm taking away with me is really a different approach to the work that we are doing. I've been touched and I've learned so much about different ways of doing things. Holistic, diversity, working closer with nature. These are new terms and new approaches that we'll be taking back with us and including in our work. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Colleen Ross. I'm an organic farmer that practices extreme biodiversity, growing nutrient-dense food for my community. I'm the Vice President of the National Farmers Union of Canada, and we are founding members of La Via Campesina. I really just like to echo what Kelly said today, that, you know, I don't know if this is her intent, but sometimes we have to practice civil disobedience. And I really hope that what we get out of here today is some real powerful women's-led resistance movement. And I just encourage everybody here today to find a farmer and support a farmer that's practicing organic, biodiverse agricultural practices. Thank you.
My name is Jody Williams, and I'm the chairwoman of the Nobel Women's Initiative. Our work in the environment comes from the work of my sister, Nobel laureate, the late Wangari Maathai. We focus a lot on the tar sands and all of the proposed pipelines, one of which they want to try to put through my great state, the Republic of Vermont, which is part of the United States. Yes, part of. We were an independent republic. What I would like to see come out of this is all of the organizations that I'm hearing about now form a coalition. You know, one of the strengths of what we have done is create coalition. And it means giving up a little bit to gain a lot. It takes a lot of understanding that together we really do more. And some great work here and great work there and great work there is great. But great work combined with a strategy of action and not just focusing on the UN, no offense to the UN. We worked with it, I created the landmine campaign. You have to plan and strategize at every level to bring about change in the world, and I don't care what the issue is. Thank you very much.
Hi everybody, my name is Natalia Green. I'm from Ecuador. It's a great pleasure to be here. Thank you, Osprey. The focus of my work for the past 6 years has been rights of nature, and we're going to be talking more about it. But my goal in this event is not only to share with you and, of course, hopefully to form a coalition and to sign that amazing declaration, but also to call for help. Ecuador is a place where amazing things are happening, but also where we're having some drawbacks, and we need a lot of support. And we'll talk more about it today, but it's just to realize that the whole world is waking up, and I think Ecuador is waking up, and we need a lot of support. So that's what I look forward from this event, and a lot of this amazing women's energy together for power. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Mirna. I am from Bolivia, and I am an environmental engineer. I have been a youth environmental activist for so many years, but I am also an educator. I work with the World Association of Girl Guides and Girl Scouts, empowering girls and young women, but I am also a university teacher. So I am totally thrilled to be here among this amazing woman, and I have great expectations from this summit, because as a youth advocate, I can tell you it is very, very difficult to talk with decision makers and being taken seriously. And here the situation is different because you are all amazing women that are already empowered and understands the urgency of this crisis. So you have all the capacity to empower youth people. If you don't, governments won't make it, policymakers won't make it, business and industry, climate scientists won't. It is all in your hands, and I beg you to do it. And I beg you to do it right now, and starting in this conference, and with a concrete agenda, with concrete action points, tasks, concrete people to do it, what we need, concrete people to do it, and deadlines for each one of us and from the government representatives that are gathered at the UN right now. Thank you so much.
Has anyone not shared that's a delegate?
Hello, good morning everybody. My name is Fedwa Bour. I'm from Morocco, and I'm the president founder of the Moroccan Youth Climate Movement and the national coordinator of the Arab Youth Climate Movement in Morocco. I'm really happy to be among you and meet such a great woman over the world who had done a great work in terms of raising the public awareness on climate change and promoting the involvement of women in the environmental issues. And in my region, I will talk on behalf of the Arab world. You know that, youth and women stayed for a long time deprived of making decisions or getting involved in the civil society or political parties. And often men who are the ones to take decisions. So, my purpose or my aims really, I am behind following my participation in this summit to exchange experiences with the other networks, women networks, and to put in place a global agenda which will be implemented in the regional and the national levels, in this post phase of the summit. And I hope really it won't be a short-term agenda or medium-term agenda, but a long-term and sustainable agenda that will get involved a lot of women around the world. Thank you so much.
Anyone else? Okay. Thank you.
I'm going to go on the far chair, okay?
I'll go on the far side, sure.
No, you sit next to me. Stand, so you can hear.
So I'm going to let Larry sit in the middle.
So you can hear.
Done.
Okay. We have with us two men who have been supporting women in conservation action, climate change action for decades. And of course you have your bios, the bios in the program, so I'm not going to go through a lot of that, but I am going to tell you a couple things that you might not know. Ted Turner, besides being the founder of CNN and having given $1 billion to the United Nations to create the United Nations Foundation, he's given $650 million to other organizations around nuclear disarmament, the environment, endangered species. And he's raised 5 fabulous kids that do all the same thing, one of whom is here, Laura. And I specifically want to thank him and all of you to thank him, because we would not be here today without Ted. He is our founding patron of the International Women's Earth and Climate Initiative and this summit. So he's supported every single woman in this room in their climate action work. Larry is the president of the National Wildlife Federation in the United States. It's the largest membership conservation organization in the United States. And he has been hiring women in activist roles for 40 years.
Long time.
Long time. And he has worked at all levels with women in government, in civil society, in technology, in the economic field, all focused on conservation and climate change. He's also one of the finest mentors, male mentors to women, young and old, it doesn't matter, who are working in the conservation and climate change field. So I'm going to talk to these two men a little bit more deeply about, we don't have a lot of time with them, but a little bit more deeply about what they've been doing. So Larry, why don't you share with us some of the things that you've done over the years?
Well, let me first start by acknowledging my grandmother. I was just hearing about Ted's children and their influence. These things pass on. My grandmother started out in the women's suffrage movement, and wow. She marched in the city of Pittsburgh and elsewhere. And after the women got the right to vote, she was actually hired by the mayor of Pittsburgh. He figured he needed to get her off the streets, I guess. But she went on and worked for the city of Pittsburgh during the very difficult, dark years of the war. Ended up in the 50s and was working with the mayor when they cleaned up the city, the so-called Smoke Control Act. I share all that because my grandmother was really my inspiration. I mean, she really mentored me in a very deep way, and I think there is that family dimension, Ted, and I know you know that, and you've done so much in your own family. But she really inspired me to spend my life working on these issues and making a difference for others. And so for me, it's always been a notion of paying it forward. And I have to be honest, I look for women who remind me of my grandmother and try to help them out. Because I think, I personally believe very strongly.
Watch out.
Not in age, but in other characteristics, obviously. But I think we're at a time in our world where two things are colliding, and I'll give you two numbers. The first number is 400 parts per million. And the second number is 7.2 billion people. And those two things are coming together in a very difficult way. And it's going to take all of us, but I think particularly women, to make a difference in this issue. And so I'm really heartened. This is a very inspiring weekend for me to listen to all the stories and about all the energy being spent here. And I look forward to seeing some great things come to the future.
And I failed to mention that both of these men, they're the only two men on our advisory council. So, and we are looking for some other men to participate, because the two wings, we need the balance. We need the balance. There's one other number that I want to put on the table here, and that is that there's only 20% of the parliamentarians in the world are women. That's another number that intersects here. And we have to get a lot more women into elected office. And I think, Ted, I remember you had a theory about women being elected.
Well, I came up with the idea at least 20 years ago that we needed more women in politics. It would take a different turn. And I suggested that men be barred from political office. They could do everything else, be president of universities, business leaders, but they just couldn't serve in any elected position for 100 years. I think we'd have a lot more emphasis on education and health care and a lot less on the Army and the Navy and the Marine Corps. It would be a very positive step, but it hasn't happened yet, but it still might. The men may just toss it in the towel. They can't come up with a budget.
It's true. And also, the UN Foundation has a major initiative called Girls Up. Can you tell us a little bit about that?
Well, we've been involved in several initiatives to improve the lot of women at the United Nations Foundation. We feel strongly that women should have equal rights with men in every way.
And one of the things about the UN Foundation, who does, by the way, it does have a woman as its president now, Kathy Calvin. And one of the things about Girls Up that's so interesting is it's about positioning girls, that they're safe, they're healthy, they have education, and they're positioned well to be in leadership positions later in life. So it's focused on the education piece and safety, but it's also moving them into understanding leadership and the opportunities they have there. Larry, what about some of the programs that you have underwritten that are run by women? And one of the interesting things is that the National Wildlife Federation started out as a sportsman's organization, because in the United States the sportsmen were the first conservationists. But then now there are a lot of sports women. So how does that all integrate into your programming?
Well, first of all, my chief operating officer is in fact a woman, and chief financial officer is a woman as well. But we work closely with a number of organizations, particularly around the notion of helping kids. We're the official U.S. sponsor of Eco Schools, and we have a very active program in literally thousands of schools across the country, both with Eco Schools and with other programs. We are also working on getting kids back into nature, and women play a really important role there. We have a Great American Camp Out and Be Out There, and a number of other really cool programs. And we also work with another organization. It's actually a group of over 13,000 women who blog, and we work with them to promote environmental consciousness and to particularly focus on climate and this notion of reconnecting children with nature. You know, Rachel Carson wrote a wonderful book. In fact, she never finished it. It was finished after her death. It was called A Sense of Wonder. And Rachel and her mother actually hiked. If I look out the window of my home office, I can see Pine Creek Valley where she and her mom hiked, where Rachel got her sense of wonder. And she talked about that often. And it's really an important dimension to have that spark of nature, have that connection with nature, carries you through life. And you know, Rachel in 1950 warned us that we were seeing a climate change. She wrote a book called The Sea Around Us. She took on an entire chapter. That was the year I was born, incidentally. But she wrote an entire chapter, and she said, in our very lifetime, we are witnessing a startling alteration of climate. And the reason Rachel was able to see that was that she paid attention to nature. She saw fish and wildlife moving on the planet. They were indicators of the warming that was occurring even in 1950. So for me, I think the programs that we do to reach kids, to reach families, to get people back into nature are women-centered. Women make most of the decisions in the household, and we really encourage them to make right choices for their family.
That would be a good link with Million Women in Australia.
Absolutely. We talked last night.
Good. And this is for either one of you. What do you think the tipping point is for women, this whole organization and this summit is about moving an action agenda that's from the women's perspective and their experience on the ground and their wisdom and being at the highest levels of influence as well. What needs to happen for us here to really get traction soon? For either one of you.
Well, let me first say that in my faith tradition, you know, God tells Adam and Eve to till and to tend. And frankly, because men have had the steering wheel for so long, I agree with you, Ted, we have been really good at tilling stuff. And we've tilled this planet to a point where it's in bad shape. What I call the Idiocene, some people call the Anthropocene, is on our doorstep. And it's because of our foolish recklessness in tilling. I think it's getting back to the tending. It's ending carbon emissions. It's restoring landscapes. I was inspired by all the women working in restoring soils. Let's put the black back in our soil. That black is carbon. It's rich organic matter. It will build soils. And I see a lot of really good things going on here. But we need to heal the land. And I think that's where, at this moment, women need to lead in healing the land, healing the waters. It's a healing moment.
Just an added point here, some of you may not know that Ted also owns 2 million acres. And every single one of those acres he has returned to its original ecological function. So
Ted's an exception.
He's an exception, yes. He's done it. And it really is remarkable when you go on some of these places and you walk down the fence line, and you see his ranch, and then you see the one next to it that hasn't been tended well. And it's a huge, huge difference. And he allows a lot of groups to come onto his, some of his properties and do educational programs there. This is for either one of you. Well, particularly you, Ted, being involved with the UN. There's a lot of frustration among women, particularly, about how long it has taken to get recognition of equality for women, reproductive rights, that they have the same, you know, we're 51% of the world's planet population, but when it comes to the UN and the UNFCCC, it's been very hard for women to push that process. How can we be more recognized? Is there any way we can be more recognized? Civil society is getting a little stronger, and women are, particularly in this group, are part of that. But we need to push this process a lot faster than what's happening now because of what Larry said. You know, we are running out of time.
The only thing I can say is that keep doing what you're doing, and new organizations like this one will make a difference. The UN is certainly not anti-women at all, I don't believe. And I think we are making a lot of progress.
There's, Ted helped found something called the Sustainable Development Solutions Network, which is now in process. It's based out of Columbia University, and it's in the process now. It has 12 working groups. We have 8, all similar topics. And they're in the process now, and I actually brought one of the reports for people to look at that is their draft report on sustainable agriculture. That process, they're putting their reports from these working groups on their website, and they're asking for comments. And I thought that this is going to go directly to the Secretary General, and it's going to go directly into the UN process. So I just wanted to put that out there, that you can go into their website, you can get their reports and insert your projects, your positions, your your perceptions, and your recommendations. So I really encourage you to do that. And even if you're tired of the process, we just have to keep on keeping on. So, and you can ask me later about what their website is. I think it's just www.sdsn.org. No, it would be .edu, US, Columbia.
It's unsdsn.org.
Oh, great, okay. Did you get that? unsdsn.org. Right? Yeah, okay, thank you. Thank you. Larry, you have taken on some mentoring. Larry and I are the male and female mentors to a young woman in Colorado who is definitely going to be a rising star, Lucy Emerson Bell. And I wasn't in on your mentoring sessions with her, but what were the things that you were encouraging her as a young woman who is absolutely 110% dedicated to abating climate change?
Well, I think in Lucy's case and in the case of a lot of women I talk to, I think there's this moment, we have an urgency. We're in an urgent moment, and we need to make some pretty tough decisions. And I think it's really important to stay focused and to really find that place where you can make the most difference. And I also think there's this notion of having an imagination and not seeing the world too small. You know, in 1969, it was actually on July 20th, I was with my grandmother watching a black and white TV set, watching Neil Armstrong take that first step on the moon. And she turned to me and she said, you know, Larry, I was sitting there thinking 66 years ago, I watched Pat Bashir, that was Dr. John Bashir, and Professor Langley, that's Samuel Pierpont Langley, working on a flying machine. The first flying machine, that was before the Wright brothers. That was 66 years ago. She said, now I'm seeing someone step on the moon. Can you imagine that? I said, Graham, I can't imagine it. She said the second time, can you imagine it? I really can't. And the third time she said it, and I wondered why she did that 3 separate times. And I think it's because the most important thing I could take away from college was having that imagination and being able to look forward and not understanding all the details of what's coming, but to realize that change will come, and it'll come much more dramatically. And I think that is an important thing for all of us to hold on to, because that is where hope starts from.
Yeah. Ted, I'm really curious about some of the things that you have done. You have been a pioneer on women's rights, equal rights. You marched with Gloria Steinem in the United States. You were championing women before women were really championing themselves. And you also have taken a deep dive often into the population issue. And you've been a leader, you've stepped back and you've been a leader again, and population is really a critical issue to climate change. What do you think about population?
Well, I think that we need to, there's no excuse for any woman that wants birth control devices not to have them. That's one thing that we should be doing, and approximately it would cost about $4 billion a year, which sounds like a lot, but the military budget's $1 trillion a year, 1,000 times more. So that would be my first priority if I was in a position to make one major change.
Mm-hmm. The UN Foundation has been doing some work on population, have they not?
Yes.
Yeah, what is that exactly?
Well, we just have, it is one of our priority items. population. Because when I was born in 1938, there were 2 billion people in the world. Now there's over 7. That's 3.5 times as many. That's obviously unsustainable. We can't keep going at that rate. In fact, we need to call a halt to population growth immediately. And we've really come a long way already. 40 countries have 0 population growth, and in 1950 there were none. So we are making progress, but not like global warming. It's not enough fast enough. We need to accelerate it, and hopefully this organization can help do that.
Yeah, it's a tough question. It's a delicate question, but it is one. I can't remember which of the speakers yesterday said it's now time to ask the hard questions and come up with some of the answers that might not be what everybody wants to hear, but at some point the planetary boundaries and carrying capacity is going to be reached, and it would be best if that was a managed process versus an unmanaged one. So I would like to thank these 2 gentlemen who are absolutely extraordinary in their support of us. Thank you. Thank you so much, Ted. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you, Liz.
We just wanted to let you know that there's a water station in the back of the room. It seemed to work better to have the water there than on the table. Some people wanted ice, some people didn't want ice. That's the reason for that. So water's in the back of the room. Thanks.
I just, okay, oops. Good morning. I don't know if I want to do that, if you can hear my name clap once thing, but yeah, it is. Can you hear me? Okay. Good morning. I feel like a tree in the forest. Is everyone hearing? Good morning, everyone. We're going to be getting started with our third provocative intervention, if everyone's ready. Thank you. Everyone? Oh, wait, no, not ready? What'd you say? Oh, well, I think they're with me now. All right, thank you. All right, guys, I don't want to do the if you can hear my voice clap once or anything, so I'll just try to reel it in here. Folks in the back, can you hear me? Okay, great. Here we go. Thank you, thank you. All right, so I feel like folks are still not, Rosemary, can you wheel in your table? I know you're good, but get your other, all right, thank you. Is everyone with me? Okay, great. So, good morning. We're going to be, we're speaking about our third provocative intervention here. And my name is Jackie Patterson. I'm with the NAACP, which is the National Association for the Advancement. Thank you. Thanks, Osprey. Thank you very much. I guess I'm not that provocative, or anyway, my name is Jackie Patterson. I'm with the NAACP, which is the National Association for the Advancement of Colored People. It's based here in the United States, and it's a civil and human rights organization, 109 years old. It will be 110 next year, and fighting for civil and human rights over the past 109 years. So, the climate crises and the interrelated economic, social, political, cultural, and war-related crises that are assailing the world force us all to live lives of provocation. As women especially, we living lives of intersectionality. We're called on to be provocative in many spaces, whether it's at the dinner table with family, out over drinks with friends, in our workspaces, in boardrooms, and meetings and conferences, on the streets when we put our bodies on the line in civil disobedience, and elsewhere. We're called on to be provocative in the face of sexism, racism, xenophobia, classism, corrupt politicians and governments, corporate control over politicians, policies, and even our bodies, political marginalization, and on issues of extractive industries, overconsumption, militarism, and so much more. We even have to be provocative in infusing love, peace, healing, and a spirit of collaboration into often resistant spaces. I think we can all agree that whether we're pushing out the negative, asserting the positive, engaging with friend or foe, living lives of provocation can be exhausting. That's why we need spaces like these. Spaces like this where we can strengthen and encourage each other on the journey, combine and maximize efforts, and build synergies. We must continue to convene these types of spaces in person, virtually, whether it's 100 women or 10 women. I look forward to working with you in advancing the principles, policies, systems, and practices, and the love that we need to transform the world and have a sustainable planet for ourselves, our children, our grandchildren, and beyond. So to that end, it's now time for another provocative intervention by Suzanne York of the Institute for Population Studies. Suzanne has over 10 years of experience working on globalization, the environment, and international human rights in a research and writing capacity. She's authored and edited several chapters in Paradigm Wars, Indigenous Peoples' Resistance to Globalization, published by the Sierra Club Books. And she is a primary researcher on alternatives to economic globalization and globalization and the environment, both published by the International Forum on Globalization. So please join me in welcoming Suzanne York to the podium.
Thank you, Jackie. Good morning, everyone. It's quite an honor to be here with you all this morning. And I want to extend a big thank you to Osprey for including me here, and for also recognizing the importance of the issue of population growth, as Ted and Larry also just recognized. Population is often referred to as the elephant in the room. People don't like to talk about it, but there's too much at stake to not talk about population today. Next slide, please. The population issue is about more than numbers, but hidden in population numbers are people, real people, and our individual impact varies. But we still can't ignore the population number. It is imperative to create a balance between human rights and protecting the environment. Now, in this political cartoon, I really wanted to point out the term overpopulation. I tend not to use that term because for many groups and people around the world, they feel like that term makes people sound like they're superfluous and extraneous and wasteful. So I tend to say population stabilization or slowing population growth. I just wanted to point that out, but I thought the political cartoon painted a good picture of the situation that we are in today. Next slide, please. So the UN projections are for 9.6 billion people by the year 2050. That's a mid-range projection. There could be anywhere between 8 billion to nearly 11 billion by 2050. And 1.5 million people are added to the planet each week, or 80 million people every year. Next slide. And most of the growth will be in Africa, even though the graph shows Asia. That's just because China and India are the two most populous countries in the world. But Africa is going to be doubling its population in the next 30 years. So in the past 50 years, humans have altered the Earth's ecosystems more than in all of human history combined, largely to meet rapidly growing demands for natural resources. More than 80% of the Earth's land is under direct human control, and we appropriate 1/5 of the planet's biomass for our use. Since 1800, world population has grown 7-fold, while per capita CO2 emissions have increased 150 times. Yet there's much inequity in the greenhouse gas issues, in emissions. Just 11% of the global population generates around 50% of global carbon emissions, while 50% of people generate only 11% of carbon emissions. Here in North America, we emit about 17 tons per capita. Latin America is 3, and in sub-Saharan Africa, it's barely 1 ton per capita. However, if women around the world had access to voluntary family planning services, future population growth would be slower, reducing pressure on natural systems that are already overtaxed. Next slide, please. According to many scientists, we are undergoing the Earth's 6th mass extinction. We have overreached the carrying capacity of the planet. We're now at 1.5 planet, we're using up 1.5 planet Earths every year. And if everyone lived like an average American lifestyle, we would need nearly 5 planets. Next slide. Also, nearly half of the world's forests have been cut down, which is a loss of an important carbon sink, and 40% of coral reefs and 1/3 of mangroves have been destroyed or degraded. Quickly looking at a few issues in particular, food. The UN estimates that by 2050, the world will need to produce 70% more food to meet the demands of a growing population. And more people are eating higher on the food chain, eating more and more meat. But we all know that if we had a more efficient and equitable agricultural system, if we turned to organic farming and local farming solutions and just simply a more equitable world, there could be enough food for everyone, especially if people ate lower on the food chain and could afford to feed themselves and their families. Also, much of the world depends on seafood, either as sustenance or as a livelihood. 75% of the major marine fish stocks are either depleted, overexploited, or being fished to their biological limits. Water. Water use has been growing at more than twice the rate of population increase in the last century. Half of the world's people now live in countries that are depleting their aquifers by overpumping. That includes the US, India, and China, the 3 most populous countries in the world. Also, over 20% of the global population has access to running water, and over 1 billion people do not have access to clean water. And by 2050, global water demand is expected to increase by 55%. Next slide, please. This map is a map of population and climate change hotspots created by Population Action International in DC. So we know that climate change is increasing in severity and it's impacting women the most. But the relationship between population growth and climate change is barely on the international radar. Areas of high population growth and great vulnerability to climate change impacts, unfortunately though, tend to overlap, as we see in this map. Most of the population growth, again, will be in Africa, and it's also where population and water stress and impacts of climate change and droughts are having the biggest impact. Slowing population growth, though, could reduce emissions 1.4 to 2.5 billion tons of carbon per year by 2050. Or looking at it another way, it could provide 16 to 29% of the emission reductions necessary by 2050 to avoid dangerous climate change. Some examples of ways to stabilize carbon emissions, yes, we know, turning to renewable energy, of course, but also providing contraception, education, gender equality, and consuming less. The UN stated that educating women and providing them access to family planning services would do more to reduce greenhouse gas emissions and ending all deforestation. We can't ignore consumption and inequality. We need to tackle poverty as well as unsustainable consumption. A sustainable balance between people and resources can be achieved by using natural resources better, addressing equity, ensuring basic needs are met for all people, and choosing a slower population growth path. And also remembering that inequality fuels environmental problems. Next slide, please. And this slide is the same as the first one, except for the black dots. If you can see the black dots, those are areas of high unmet need for family planning. Around the world, there are 222 million women in developing countries that want access to contraception and family planning services but do not have it. As Ted noted earlier, if we provided those women with family planning services, it would be about $4.1 billion per year. Next slide. Next slide. But if we met the cost of the current and unmet need for all women in developing countries who want family planning services, it would be $8.1 billion per year, excuse me. And you can look at some of the ways we spend our money. The US invests not even $600 million towards international family planning services, but we do spend a little bit to bail out banks and support the military. And as American consumers, we spend quite a bit on Halloween as well. So when given a choice and access to family planning, people tend to have smaller and healthier families that in turn helps boost economic development, alleviate poverty, increase social quality, and reduce pressure on ecosystems and the climate. Next slide. Another time I'll tell you about PHE, ask me about it later, it's a great approach. A couple more slides. Right here, okay. So the solutions are pretty obvious to me. They're things that we should be doing anyway. It's basically investing in women, providing a range of voluntary family planning services, healthcare, education, girls' education, jobs, sustainable livelihoods, and all this will result in lower birth rates. Also addressing the needs of our youth. We've talked a lot about getting to the youth. They're key. They need jobs, of course, and education, and they also need to have sexual and reproductive rights. Rethinking our economic structures, something like a true cost economy or steady state economy is another key part of it. And finally, recognizing rights of nature, which we'll be hearing about soon, is another critical part. So now we just need to find the political and public will to get all this to happen, and that's why we're here. We need to come together now and promote rights-based initiatives that respect people and the planet, because there is no planet B. Thank you.
And just following up from what Susan York said, that in the working group that is on women and climate policy, it's also part of that component is women's rights, and I really hope the people working in that working group will include action plans on population. Good morning again to everyone. I'm really excited to be moderating this panel. I was asked by my colleagues here actually to moderate this panel with them. All of us have worked together on rights of nature for the last years, so it's really a pleasure to see you all here. I'm really excited to open up this topic with everyone. Over the course of the last few days, starting with Vandana Shiva and Jane Goodall, and throughout many of the conversations we've had here, the topic of really healing our relationship with Mother Earth, healing our relationship with nature has come up over and over again. And one of the things that I think is also very interesting is to understand that many times culture can change law, but at the same time, law can push and change culture. And that relationship, I think, is very interesting when we're talking about the rights of nature. I want to introduce these amazing women to you. At the end of the table, we have Natalia Green. She's a consultant for rights of nature at Fundación Pachamama, and she's also the focal point for rights of nature in Ecuador for the Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature. And sitting next to her is Patricia Gualinga Montalvo, who's a Quechua leader from Ceriaco, Ecuador. Welcome, and it was very fun celebrating her birthday last night. And sitting next to me is Shannon Biggs, who is the director of the Community Rights Program at Global Exchange. So welcome to all of you. Thank you. So I'm going to begin by giving a little bit of an overview so that we are all understanding what we're talking about with the rights of nature, rights of Mother Earth. And I think it's also really important with so many of our indigenous sisters in the room to say that there's also real understanding with many of us in this work that while we're talking about a new structure of law in modern society, it really draws back on what indigenous people and indigenous communities have been doing for a very, very, very long time. I think it's one of the most important pieces of work that we need to get into, and around the world, almost all non-indigenous systems of law, nature, and ecosystems are treated merely as property. And this is a core problem that we have to get at legally. Our life-giving rivers, our forests, and our mountains are treated as property, and they're being sold and consumed, often protected under commerce laws. And only as property, these natural communities and ecosystems are not recognized as right holders. In our legal systems, because nature is property, it's invisible to courts. So beyond these legal frameworks, this non-recognition of the inherent rights of nature has also dangerously contributed to distancing us culturally and personally from our living planet. But what's really encouraging right now and brings promise is that for the past 3 decades, environmental lawyers and visionary thinkers around the globe have been developing a new theory of jurisprudence to change that system. The rights of nature approach promotes a structure of law that recognizes that our living planet really needs to have rights of its own. It recognizes that rights of nature needs to be implemented in all of our activities so we can protect our communities so that they thrive. And that anything that violates that is in violation legally all over the world. So one of the things that excites me about this work is that it allows communities to decide on their own what is happening to where they live. I mean, it seems like the most basic thing that we need, to have laws that allow us to decide what is happening to our own waters, our own forests, where we live, and putting those rights back in our hands. I think the other thing is, which indigenous communities have been demonstrating in their worldviews for a long time, is that we really need to protect the earth in this very deep way and have what a lot of indigenous people say are their original instructions. I think this is a way for modern societies to begin to renew what are our original instructions, our relationship to the natural laws. And I think to this end, we really need to stop the commodification and financialization of nature and get nature out of the marketplace. Over 3 decades ago, a professor at the University of Southern California, Christopher Stone, challenged this historic legal premise that nature and trees are treated as objects in the eyes of the law and therefore without rights. He recognized that for nature to have rights under the law, the fundamental basis of our legal systems would need to be rewritten. So we're talking about really changing and turning our legal structures on its head and doing something very different right now. In 1973, Professor Christopher Stone penned his famous law review article that was called "Should Trees Have Standing?" In it, he explained the idea of rights of nature. He talked about why it's so difficult to think about those without rights, the rightless, as possibly now having rights. He described why every time a people's movement is launched to recognize rights for the rightless, such as the abolitionists who sought to end slavery, and the suffragists who fought for the rights of women, the movements and the people involved are deemed treasonous and radical. Like all of us working in the climate justice movement, we're being so radical. In fact, we're not being radical, we're standing up for the earth and we're standing up for future generations. Stone wrote, "The fact is that each time there's a movement to confer rights onto some new entity, the proposal is bound to sound odd or frightening or laughable even. This is partly because until the rightless thing receives rights, we cannot see it as anything but a thing for the use of us being, of course, those of us who already hold rights. Whether we're talking about the struggle for civil rights or women's suffrage, they all require change in our laws as well as our culture. And in this sense, we see how law and culture can push one another." So I'm really excited to have this panel with all of you. We have also seen that rights of nature can take hold. In 2008, Ecuador became the first country in the world to recognize rights of nature in its constitution. So we really see that there is footing for this, and we're so glad to have our sisters from Ecuador here who are going to tell us more about that. Additionally, Bolivia has established 11 new rights of nature laws after hosting the World's People Conference on Climate Change and the Rights of Mother Earth in April 2010, which also produced the Universal Declaration of the Rights of Mother Earth. Before these national developments in Ecuador and Bolivia, a vital shift had already taken place in 2006 in the rural U.S. community of Tamaqua Borough, Pennsylvania, when the community, with the assistance of the Community Environmental Legal Defense Fund, passed on an ordinance recognizing nature as a rights-bearing entity. And since then, dozens of communities in the United States have passed laws and ordinances which recognize rights of nature to protect their ecosystem. So I really want to convey to you, this is not some fantastical idea. This is already taking place. It's happening in Ecuador, it's happening in the United States, and one of the most recent cases is that in Mariah County in New Mexico, it's the first county in the United States to ban fracking, which effectively prevents oil and gas development in this area. There's some other places in the world, in New Zealand as well, that have rights of nature also underway. So I think this is a really important piece for us to look at in terms of also new legislation around protecting our atmosphere with the climate. So I want us to really think about how this ties into our climate justice work. Thank you so much, and let's start with Shannon Biggs.
Thank you. Thank you, Osprey. It's a huge joy, privilege, and honor to be here, and I thank Osprey for extending the invitation and opening up this conversation for something that is, at one time, seems very radical and also very common sense. What we're talking about is aligning our human laws with the laws with natural law. And not to be, as humans, owners of nature, but really to recognize our rightful place in the ecosystem and in the biosphere and in relationship with every other living being. I want to say, first of all, what the problem isn't, and I'm doing this partially just to get your attention. I'm going to say that climate change is not the problem, even though we're gathered here to say that. Do I have your attention? Fracking is not the problem. Corporate power is not the problem. These are symptoms, actually, of the prevailing relationship that we as humans have with the rest of species. It is empowered by law, by human law, that effectively creates the space for things like mountaintop removal, blowing the tops off mountains. It's legal. Tar sands is legal. All of these things, when I work with communities in the United States, primarily in California, first and foremost where I live, and these are, we've been talking about what is our power as women, and as I said, most of the work that I do is in women. It is women primarily who step forward to say, what are we going to do to change this? How am I going to, fracking is going to, I have children, and they say, well, fracking is legal. So do we just throw our hands up and say, well, I guess that's, the law is the law? And there is a higher, a sense of a higher law. We cannot continue to create sacrifice zones of our communities. And for the indigenous communities, or whether it's any human community or of our ecosystems, not for profit. We have to, as Suzanne York pointed out, we don't have 5 planets, we have 1 planet. And if we are to continue, we must bring that relationship between humans and the ecosystem not as one of a power dynamic, of ownership, but in balance. And so at the local level, as Vanda Nashiva said, what we're really talking about is who decides, who makes the decisions about what happens in our communities? That's the question. And that is the piece of what happens when laws are unjust. What do we do? What do we do when laws say slavery is okay? What do we do when laws tell us what our relationship with our body is going to be? I want to talk for a moment about rights and what it means. And I ask you all just for a moment to close your eyes. And I want to ask you to think for a moment of where your right to water comes from. Your freedom, the rights of future generations. I want you to think about where do those rights come from? What is the origin of those rights? And I want you to breathe deeply in your own right as a woman, as an empowered and powerful woman. And were those rights granted to you by a government or by a law? And what is the purpose of law? Or is it something deeper? Do rights come from creation itself? Do they come from nature, from the Creator? And if so, they belong to us all equally. They come from nature. And it is our duty also to use law and to change unjust law, to uphold and protect rights. That's what laws are supposed to be for. But we work within a patriarchal system, and a patriarchal system of law that says something quite different. And movements I come from the United States, so I'll speak mostly from that experience. Movements for changes, for rights in our country, in my country, for women. Women stood up and voted and stuffed the ballot box, and were thrown in jail and beaten for doing that. But they said it was their right, and they were going to defend it in the face of unjust laws. What about our abolitionist laws? We said slavery was legal in my country. And what did it take to move from and to shift from that place to a place of moving law? What does it take? The law is a very powerful piece of how do we shift culture, because it doesn't happen overnight. We don't change the law to suddenly say slavery is no longer acceptable, and suddenly, from one day to another, everybody wakes up and says magically. No, but law has power to shift our culture as well. And that's an important thing. I don't think 10 years ago people would have imagined where gay rights would be. I work with communities who see this denial of rights in their communities. They face fracking, they face tar sands, and they're creating zones of democracy by rewriting the laws, by doing what the movements, of civil rights movements and other movements have done, to stand up and say, these laws belong to me. I breathe them deeply into my heart and into my body. And we're going to rewrite the laws to make them align with the laws of nature. The laws that we work with communities do 3 things. They assert the right of the community to make governing decisions about the things that happen to them in the place where they live, because after all, who else should decide whether your community gets fracked but the people who live there? They also challenge the legal concept of corporations, corporate personhood. Do corporations have the right to come in over and above community wishes? To create sacrifice zones in those communities. And the third thing these laws do is recognize the rights of the ecosystem itself. not just our human access to that ecosystem, but the ecosystem itself. It is time to put human law in balance with this natural law. In the United States, we have 160 communities who have passed these laws. Last week, too, passed in Sangerville, Maine, where they wrote a rights-based law to say no to tar sands infrastructure, pipeline infrastructure. In Youngstown, yay! And in one last thing, in Youngstown, Ohio, they also passed an ordinance to say no. We have the right to ban fracking in Youngstown, Ohio. So this isn't just happening also in this is happening all over the country. And now it's moving from the communities up to really look at state constitutions and to move this work up. And it's already happening. There's conversations at the United Nations. And the idea is, where do we meet in the middle? And how do we breathe deeply our rights and our connection to nature? And I'm excited to be part of this movement, and thank you so much.
Patricia. El cambio climático como un problema ya fue pronosticado por nuestros sabios hace muchos años y nunca fuimos escuchados.
The problem of climate change was something that was envisioned and predicted by our ancestors many, many eons ago, but we were never heard.
Ahora el mundo está preocupado y eso nos da algo de esperanzas. Nosotros, los pueblos indígenas, hemos estado acostumbrados a vivir con la integralidad y con la naturaleza, con toda su integralidad.
And now the world is aware of this problem, and this gives us hope. For us indigenous peoples, we are accustomed to living holistically.
A eso lo llamábamos el buen vivir, lo que ahora las constituciones de Ecuador, de Bolivia lo han reconocido, nosotros ya lo hemos practicado en el transcurso de nuestras vidas.
The concept of buen vivir, living well, is a concept that's now included in the Bolivian and Ecuadorian constitution, but for us indigenous peoples, it's a concept that we have lived for many eons.
Lastimosamente, el concepto ha sido incorporado no en su integralidad, sino solamente como un concepto alejado de lo que realmente nació de los pueblos indígenas.
Unfortunately, the concept that's been incorporated in the Constitution is just a part. It's just a small part of the larger concept of living in harmony with nature, and this is part of the problem.
Nosotros respetamos dentro de nuestra cosmovisión a los seres que protegen la naturaleza, y ese es el punto que la otra sociedad no quiere entender. Lo divide, no lo ve en su integralidad.
In our worldview, in our cosmology, we see beings that protect nature. There are beings that are part of nature, spirit world that's part of nature. We don't divide it, but in the way of seeing the world in the Constitution and the way that the laws are recognized, there's a division.
Si el cambio climático está ocurriendo es porque aquellos seres también están desapareciendo, y eso es muy grave, porque se están secando los ríos. En la Amazonía ya se siente, ha caído granizo, que son bolitas de hielo en pleno territorio amazónico.
And so this is climate change is not just a physical problem, it's also that these spirits are being affected. The spirit of the land is being affected. And this is manifesting in real life situation where in the Amazon we're seeing climate change, the evidence of climate change. For example, we are now seeing the dropping of water levels and also hail. We've never had hail before. We're seeing hail in the Amazon.
Los lagos, aquellos lagos en bosques donde es primario también se está secando. Se está sintiendo fuertemente el efecto del cambio climático en territorios indígenas donde todavía han estado intactos.
And so we're seeing the level of lakes drop, and we're seeing the forest being affected, and the lagoons are, the water levels dropping. And these are affecting, so climate change is real, and it's really being experienced by indigenous peoples in their territories.
Y ahí es cuando pueblos como el mío, como Saraí, nos hemos levantado y hemos tomado una decisión definitiva para nuestras vidas.
So in the case of my people, the Sarayaku, people of Sarayaku, we had decided to rise up. We have decided to make a firm decision to defend our lives and our territory.
No permitir nunca la destrucción de nuestro bosque, de nuestro territorio y el ingreso violento y arbitrario de industrias como las petroleras.
We've decided to never allow destruction of our territory, the destruction of our forest, and including keeping out all kinds of destructive forces like the oil companies.
Eso ha sido una decisión que surgió de la discusión entre mujeres.
This is a decision that arose from discussions among women.
Esa fue nuestra fuerza y pudimos demostrar que luchar a pesar de todos los pronósticos sí se puede.
That we decided that despite all of the odds, despite all of the pressure, that yes, we can overcome.
Aunque somos un pequeño pueblo, hicimos que se respetaran nuestro derecho consuetudinario, así como el derecho que está dentro de las leyes ecuatorianas y a nivel internacional.
So we are a small community. We decided to unite and demand that our rights be recognized, our rights on, that come also, that are also part of international law.
Pero los gobiernos no entienden la lección y hay intereses muy grandes acechando los territorios indígenas.
But the government hasn't learned its lesson. It's being pushed by very, very powerful economic interests.
Hacen todo lo posible, inclusive cayendo en la ilegalidad para destruir a los pueblos indígenas y al bosque donde habitamos con tal de extraer petróleo, oro o la madera.
They are basically pushing forward. They do not listen. They are pushing forward with these economic interests and doing all that they can to impose these kinds of extractive industries, whether it be petroleum, mining, or logging on our land.
Y ahí nos topamos con la incomprensión de toda una gran sociedad que no nos entiende lo que tratamos de decirles.
And we were faced with just the entire national society who couldn't understand what we were saying and our position.
Y ahí nos topamos con la violencia y la violación de los derechos humanos de los pueblos indígenas.
And we had to face violence and aggression against our communities by the armed forces.
Es una lucha muy desigual, pueblos indígenas pequeños luchando contra grandes empresas económicas apoyadas por gobiernos, por militares, por armas, por todo.
This is a very unequal fight. A small indigenous community in the forest facing huge economic powers backed by governments and supported by the military.
Y es una oportunidad para que el mundo se dé cuenta que nosotros no estamos fuera de la realidad, sino que el mundo indígena, que el territorio, el bosque, quiere aportar al mundo con otra realidad de vida y no de muerte.
We had to basically present that we are not outside of reality. We are real. We are here. We live in the forest, and we are here to protect the forest. And this forest has a purpose for humanity outside of what is being envisioned for it.
Si nosotros como pueblos indígenas no lucháramos dentro del territorio, no defendiéramos con nuestro cuerpo ese espacio de bosque y de vida, no habría bosques ya.
If indigenous peoples, if we hadn't put ourselves, our bodies in the front lines, and defended these territories, there would be no forest.
La sociedad, las personas conscientes, los amigos, las grandes organizaciones pueden apoyar a aquellas luchas que están ocurriendo en cada parte del mundo, ya sea en territorio amazónico de Brasil o puede ser en otra parte del continente donde los pueblos indígenas están en resistencia.
And our friends, our allies, the conscious people of the world, you can help. You can support these communities, whether it be in the Amazon of Brazil or other parts of the continent. This solidarity helps strengthen our battles.
Nosotros tenemos una propuesta integral que se llama la selva con vida, la selva viviente, con todos sus seres, con todos sus amos, con toda la naturaleza y con todos los pueblos indígenas, como parte de vida y aporte al mundo.
Our vision is holistic. We have a vision for the protection of our territory. We call it the living forest. It includes the animals, the forest, the nature, all of the spirits, all of the beings, all of the people, all of the life that exists there.
Y las mujeres, por lo que somos, podemos entender eso con mucha más facilidad. Si logramos empoderar a las mujeres indígenas para que puedan estar más visibles y tomen decisiones, la defensa se volvería mucho más fuerte y ese es nuestro objetivo.
And the women, they understand this holistic vision and that we have to work to empower these women. And if the women were able to be organized, we would have a lot more impact. And this is what we've decided to do, to work to organize the women towards this end.
Para nosotros, la naturaleza es vida, tiene derechos, tiene a todo aquello que involucra y es lo más natural del mundo. La discusión está en la otra sociedad que no puede entender eso con integralidad.
For us, nature is alive, nature is living. It's all of, it has rights, and it has a right to exist. This is what we are saying, but in the outside societies, they don't understand that, and that's where this discussion needs to be taken.
Gracias por escucharme.
Thank you for listening to me.
Hi, and thank you all for being here. It's a great pleasure to have such a privileged audience and such an empowered audience with us. What I want to show you today is what we did in Ecuador, what's going on in Ecuador, show you what's the problem in Ecuador, how are we addressing those solutions, and how can you all get involved with this. If we start, I want to show you a little bit about the situation in Ecuador. Ecuador is the first, you can start. If you see it in this map, you'll see the concentration of biodiversity in the world, and you'll see that the Amazon is, of course, one of the places that concentrates most of the biodiversity. But if you look into Ecuador, Ecuador is actually, the Amazon in Ecuador is the place that concentrates the largest biodiversity in the whole world. It's very interesting, and I hope that you can visit Ecuador sometime. But a tree in Ecuador, for example, can hold up to 96 types of bromeliads or orchids, more than what you can find in the US or in Europe. In one day in the rainforest, you can see more butterflies than in months, in a month than in a lifetime in temperate zones. So these are just like some examples to, so you can all know where we're coming from and why did Ecuador take these really bold steps. The problem is that we're losing these ecosystems really, really fast. This is, for example, what we have done with Ecuador, with Ecuador's original ecosystems and what's going on right now. And that's actually a direct impact of us, of human beings in Ecuador, and especially of road building in Ecuador. You will see here when we overlap both maps of the road map and the biodiversity loss map, that you will see that there's a direct relationship between road building, population, and deforestation of our country. And of course of the Amazon, that is one of these places that is being left with all our biodiversity. This is a map of the biodiversity index in Ecuador, and again you see that most of our biodiversity is focused in the Amazon, and this is especially the place that we want to preserve. This is the place that has inspired us to take such a bold decision to recognize rights of nature. However, not everybody watches the old map, they watch this map. That is the map of oil blocks.
Atosa was talking about it yesterday, and Patty has talked about it from the local experience. But many people see Ecuador like this, like an Amazon that can be just divided into oil blocks, exploited because, of course, we still have some important oil resources. And that's a map that we don't want to see. This is a map that as civil society we're starting to realize, and right now we're actually waking up to say, not only are we finishing up our oil reserves, but we need to be thinking more about the other map, the map of our biodiversity, instead of this map. If you see in the next map, not only biodiversity lives in this territory, but indigenous people live in this territory. Patty actually lives right there in the Quichua territory, in the higher part, in the higher color. And this is very, very important because the reason why these territories have been left intact or have been preserved is because indigenous people have been living there and have been the guardians for those forests. And that's very, very important, that we have to realize that Ecuador is not only a place where there's a lot of biodiversity, but there's a lot of cultural diversity. We have more than 14 indigenous nationalities living in our territory. So what happened? In 2008, we became the first country in the world to recognize that nature is a subject of rights. This is extremely important. Why? Because we are the first country that said nature has the right to exist. Imagine that. Imagine how far behind is the rest of the world. That is, we're the first country that says, you know what, nature has the right to exist. And that's crazy, because if nature doesn't exist, we don't exist. If you see what are the main things that our Constitution says, as Patty was saying, we have a framework for the Constitution that is well-being, that is this new development model called, that we call Buen Vivir, that has not really been taken into consideration so deeply. But how do we reach that model? How do we reach a model where we reach a balance with nature? We do it understanding that we are a plurinational country, which means that we are a country where many nationalities live in. And when we actually realize and make sure that we can guarantee rights of nature. This is very important because we are setting the first steps in the world to say, we need to change the model. We need to make sure that we reestablish balance, that we say our limits stop when rights of nature, where nature rights start. And we need to make sure, you can go to the other one, that we have to start implementing what we have in our Constitution, that is the right of nature to exist, and the right of nature to maintain its and regenerate its natural cycles, structure, functions, and evolutionary processes. This is very, very important, and the problem is, as Shannon was saying, that as much as we have been able to do this in law, and law changes people's mentality, that doesn't happen from one day to the other one. Of course, we don't have a country that in 2009 started recognizing rights of nature and became like a perfect country. This has been a process, and we're starting to realize that. You can go ahead, I'm just going to go to the next one. There are some species, and we have stated some legal actions to make sure that we guarantee rights of nature. For example, we're not only confronted by the danger of oil extraction, but also mining. And there are some cases where we have proven that some species are going to go extinct because of because of mining projects. And in spite of that, there's a lot of concentration from the government and a lot of power from the government that doesn't want to make sure that we guarantee rights of nature, and we haven't been able to win those cases. But so how can you all help? What's the point of us being here and telling you this? First of all, rights of nature is something that you can do in your own communities. You don't have to wait until your government changes the Constitution. You can do as Shannon was saying. You can start doing that and changing that in local ordinances. But then you can also help what we are doing. After 4 or 5 years in Ecuador of having rights of nature in our Constitution, people have started realizing that we have an opportunity to change. We have an opportunity to show the world that there is another way. Some years ago, we started the initiative of leaving the oil underground, and only a month ago, our government said, you know what, we didn't receive the support of the international community. We're going to exploit that territory. What's happening right now is that Ecuadorians are saying, well, weren't we saying that we were the most biodiverse country in the world? Didn't we want to protect indigenous people that were living in that territory? And there's a huge amount of people, and there's a moment that is starting to wake up, to go to the streets and talk to the president and say, you know what, we want to live all underground. And we want to do that. We want to show the world that this is possible. We want to respect biodiversity. We want to respect rights of nature. If we have given these steps, we need to be coherent with this. And where's your responsibility in this? We have to be noisy. We can be noisy as women, and we have to make noise. We have to support Ecuador. We have to support people from Ecuador that are saying we need to change this model. We cannot keep on burning fossil fuels. We need to respect rights of nature. And we need your support to say there is a whole international community and civil society that is pushing and promoting for Ecuador to actually be giving these first steps for humanity. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. So we're going to take some Q&A here. There's a question back there. Someone have the mic? There's a question back here.
Thank you for a wonderful panel. I have a quick comment and more of a thanks to Shannon for bringing attention to the symptom, because a lot of times we might be obsessing about the disease, and no matter how much of a headache you have, if you keep taking the pill without addressing the cause, it is not going to go anywhere. And one analogy which kept coming to my mind during the panel is, this gruesome rape case which happened in India earlier this year, which brought in a lot of agony and reflection and poetry full of a lot of rage. And a lot of, when you were talking about what's happened in Ecuador, I was thinking about that rape case, because there are two aspects to change. A disease, or I would say in this case, a violent act like a rape, which is here symbolically the rape of nature, right? Two, the first thing is how do you pass laws that can fight that aggression, which is us versus them. But that is only one part of the picture. The second part is how do you change the society, which is us versus us, which is in some ways even more tougher, right? That how do we bring that internal shift in consciousness, which is why for me this discussion is as technical as it is spiritual. And I hope, that all the findings and agenda we are putting together through IWECI, that we would point to, beyond that us versus them, the legal part of it, that consciousness part of it, which is more longer term. How do we bring that shift in consciousness? But thank you for putting that spotlight. I think it's very, very important, and not to get lost in only the victim mentality, as much as we are victims in an extent, but we are also empowered. So thank you.
Thank you for that comment. Let's get some questions that, sure.
Thanks. That was a great panel, and I remember Chris Stone offered to help me back when I was running the Antarctica campaign in the 80s, so it's a story that the trees have standing. We also talked about whether Antarctica should have standing as well. The one thing that kind of niggles at me, though, and I wonder how you would answer the question, if let's say we succeeded here and then the anti-wind power lobby used these sorts of arguments to prevent construction of wind turbines and such, how do we prevent it being used in a bad way?
Good question. Shannon, you want to?
Sure. The tyranny of the majority. One of the things when we talk about rights, and why I'm 6 minutes, I wish I could have spent a moment to really, when we think about rights and where they come from, and that they are about equality. It's not just about majority rule. So it isn't just the people in this community have decided that left-handed people can't live here, because rights are also about upholding the rights of everyone equally. So these ordinances are really about what if nature, what if an ecosystem, a river, as they're doing in New Zealand, and recognizing the rights of that river. And saying that all decisions come from the rights of that river. What kinds of decisions, what would change? What would change if if the ecosystem of the Gulf Coast, if it could, on behalf of the ecosystem, we could sue BP for full restoration of that ecosystem? What would that mean in terms of how we would suddenly change our practices in that area? This is about awakening our relationship with nature and saying the rights of the ecosystem are the decision maker itself. And so things that are that actually stand in the way or are destructive of nature would be violations of those rights. And so if a project was about clean energy and how we could actually move from destructive sources of energy to something positive, that would be seen as upholding and be a value to the ecosystem. And on that basis, if rights are the decision maker, things that are destructive of nature would be in violation of those rights.
Let's get a question. The person in blue back there. I can't see who you are because of the light, sorry. Could just see your blue color.
Thank you. That was a very interesting panel. And what I would like to just share with you is that the women in Bangladesh and the community fought against open pit mining, which was being done by Asia Energy, a company registered in the UK Stock Exchange. And they had to fight. They managed to stop it. Then we find that internationally, German companies, other companies take our journalists, our governments out to visit open pit mining in those countries. The Black Forest doesn't have that many population, but the open pit mining where it was going to take place would displace 150,000 people. So we have this, we bring laws, we try to fight it on the ground, and then we have all this international lobby around the corporates, and I'm sure you know that. I will finish with just one point that I think we need to register. In Bangladesh, we have small hills which are populated by the indigenous people. 2 years ago, the government of Bangladesh came up and said, we don't have indigenous people in Bangladesh. The politics behind is that they were the protectors of the land, but they don't have a piece of paper saying that the land is theirs. They believe that they inherited it, nature gave it to them. It was the nature, it was because they have always populated that they were the protectors of that nature. But today, modernization and legal systems are questioning, where did you get the right to own that land? How do you become the protector of that land? So this is how our struggles and the struggles of women in those communities are being aggravated legally. Thank you.
Thank you.
I think this
Let's
has
try to
be
have
the
a
last
question. Yeah, good.
Thank you very much. This is such an interesting discussion, and I'm just wondering, I'd like your comment on broadening the discourse. We talk in rights language, and to me, rights is all about power dynamic. We ask for rights. We're standing on the fringe, wanting rights, demanding rights, and then we're looking to somebody to give them to us, and then to take them away. And a good friend of mine named Bruce Jernine wrote a book called The Tyranny of Rights. And I just think if we can broaden the discourse to talk about whenever we see the word right, let's think of it in terms of responsibility. And it's us being responsible, like me as a farmer being responsible for seeds and soil, and our indigenous friends. When Bruce wrote the book, and he spoke to many indigenous friends, and they said there is no word for rights in many indigenous languages because they think in terms of their responsibility to the seventh generation. And even here today, can we start talking a little bit more about responsibility, our responsibility, and a government's responsibility over land and over nature and over forests and over peoples? They're responsible for that. And let's think a bit more broadly about responsibility, and I just like you to comment on how you frame that.
I thank you for that comment. I think it's very interesting. Would you like to Go ahead, Nadi.
Yeah, thank you for that comment, because we've had that happening in Ecuador. We've gone to some communities and they don't even have the word rights in their dictionary, so of course it's really hard. But what's very interesting about the rights of nature approach is that a Western society uses rights, uses the concept of rights, and it's very powerful. We've been able to change culture because of that. And when you introduce rights in a society, rights of nature in a society that has forgotten nature, you know, it's very, very powerful. Our goal, and the goal to use a rights of nature approach, is that at one point we will be talking about rights of nature in general, where human rights are included in that, where indigenous rights are part of that, because we're all nature. But the thing is that we have forgotten nature, and that's why we have been using it and raping it, and extracting it and using it as a subject. So when we change that, that's very powerful. And I agree with what you say. We shouldn't be expecting the governments to give us those rights. Those rights are ours. You know, we are not asking for them. We're just having them and demanding them to respect those rights. And what's very interesting is that as much as it's hard, and governments will not go away and will not lose resources because of rights, and don't really care about people or human rights if they can win or have profits. Rights of nature, for example, for us in Ecuador, is a very interesting tool. We have been able to demand and portray what's going on with open pit mining, showing that that's an activity that shouldn't happen in Ecuador with such a biodiversity, because it violates rights of nature, because it also complements indigenous rights. So that's very powerful. We have been able right now to say, well, if Ecuador recognizes rights of nature, then what are we doing with Yasuni? We shouldn't exploit that. So the context of the discussion is much different in Ecuador because we have rights of nature. Because we can say, it's not that we can only say what are the environmental assessments or how can we impact the least. We can actually say we shouldn't do that because we have rights of nature. So that having a rights of nature approach can really start shifting things. And now we see, like after 6 years of should be different. And that's the main reason why we're talking about rights of nature, because it can change that.
So we,
say one quick thing.
Okay, go ahead.
Oh,
I was going to
okay,
say,
go ahead,
let's have Patricia.
El derecho yo creo que es un avance, pero la cosmovisión indígena habla de lo sagrado que es para nosotros la naturaleza y su hábitat, que va mucho más allá del derecho que pueda tener una persona. Estamos hablando de algo central que forma parte de la vida y la existencia de la humanidad. Y ese es el concepto que no entienden todavía. Nosotros aplaudimos el avance de los derechos y lo utilizamos, pero en la cosmovisión indígena está lo sagrado que implica la integralidad de la naturaleza para la supervivencia de la humanidad.
Rights are one thing, but really for indigenous peoples, it is the sacred that matters. Nature is sacred, and that under this concept of sacred, everything else comes under this. Everything else is subservient to this concept. And that it is central message, when you believe in the sacred, then the rights for humans, for animals, for everything else is included. We applaud Ecuador's efforts to recognize these rights, but we really don't think it goes far enough, that ultimately, to get at the core, you have to put forth the concept of the sacred.
I just wanted to say that we've always had the obligation to take care of each other and to take care of the earth. Our laws say nature is property. What we're talking about is liberating our ecosystems from that paradigm and allowing us the opportunity to protect and uphold the rights of the ecosystems, the rights of Mother Earth, to protect our mother in a new way.
Okay, so we do need to close our panel. So I wanted to give people just, I'm sorry, because there's a lot of questions. We could take another few minutes and have a little less time on our break. If people would like to have some more questions, just nod your head. I'm trying to see if people...
Lose the break.
Lose the break. Okay, let's do a few more questions. Rucha, right here.
Thank you for this wonderful presentation. Patricia, you talked about how the armed forces have been released with all this resource grabbing that is happening in communities. And this increasing militarization, you see this everywhere. It's in Guatemala, it's in India, it's in Ecuador. And my question for the panel is, what kind of support and solidarity is needed during this time for women human rights defenders who are protecting the rights of the communities and rights of nature?
Según nuestra experiencia, para llegar a un triunfo es importante la solidaridad global e internacional.
According to our experience, for victory to happen, we need international support and solidarity.
En nuestro caso, las mujeres se pusieron al frente con todos sus hijos e inclusive embarazadas frente a los militares. En ese caso yo creo que una presencia así implica mayor fuerza y mayor impacto inclusive en lo mediático.
In our case, when the military arrived, it was the women who put themselves in the front line to confront the military, including women, their children, and even pregnant women. And this had a huge impact. And I think this sent the message, including to the media, how serious we were.
Si está ocurriendo en alguna parte del mundo una situación así, voces del mundo tienen que actuar, de todo el mundo, presionando a los gobiernos, visibilizando ese caso, y eso hace que de alguna manera los gobiernos se sientan observados.
And if this happens, any part of the world where this may happen, the world has to respond. We have to act, and we have to pressure the governments, and the governments then feel that they're being watched.
Another question? Do you want to make a comment?
Just to say that there is the Universal Declaration on the Rights of Mother Earth that came out of Bolivia and Cochabamba. And for those of you working within the United Nations, supporting these principles and supporting this declaration, I think would be, and inserting this kind of language would be really important and valuable. We need to create a space for this at that table. In communities, it is, as we've heard, the women who are stepping forward, they're stepping in front of the tractors, they're also stepping forward to create these new laws and saying, we're putting rights first. The Global Alliance for the Rights of Nature is a network that we're all a part of that we would really like, and I know that there's discussion about a women's caucus within that, and I think that if there is interest in that, we would love to hear, you can speak with anybody on the panel here about what it is that you're moved to do for this work, because it's all needed.
Let's have one more question. Go ahead. Sure.
Hi, I'm so honored to be here with you all today. I'm Joni Clark. I'm an activist, social architect, and media producer, very focused on these issues with a background in also agriculture, organic, sustainable lifestyles, and bamboo that I've worked on in Indonesia for many years that can be a sustainable element to what we're trying to move forward with on reforestation of the planet. As I look and see all the remarkable women here and their networks and Colleen was just recently talking about expanding the discourse. Recently at our day in Aspen, Jonathan Granoff and Peter Coyote launched a discussion on having a campaign modeled on what Norway did on their unexpected funds they got from their oil reserves. And they said, let's think several generations ahead and not use this up now, but create an investment fund. And in having that discussion, they put lots of parameters together that are keeping the earth in a more sustainable model as you look at what you're investing in. They now have $1 trillion fund. We could use that as a model, is what we were launching, to have a campaign, to have a discussion going through the educational facilities all over the world and spiritual groups on these values, which would help educate the population all over the world on these ideas and issues and where our resources could go. And I think this could be a big help to freeing up the resources and the mentality where people start doing this.
Get a question, or is that a comment, or?
It's trying to, in trying to expand the networking and resources for everyone in this room, I just thought it might be a useful tool for us to consider in all our working groups. We touched on this idea yesterday.
Okay, thank you. No, thank you. It is interesting. Thank you very much. It is interesting. One of the things that we're working on right now in terms of the economic piece of rights of nature is that we're looking at, with the rights of nature framework, how that actually putting those rights of nature laws into place can also really help move us in the direction of working towards sustainable energy and investments in sustainable energy. Because once you start making it illegal to harm the ecosystem, where you can no longer blow off the tops of mountains or drill into these beautiful forests that we're trying to protect, it can start forcing the market to go where we want it to go, which is towards solar and wind and geothermal, these different types of energy sources that don't harm the environment. So we're having a lot of discussion in the Global Alliance for Rights of Nature right now around this economic piece and how rights of nature legislation can really be the driver towards demanding from the markets that they start going to renewable energies that don't harm the earth. So I think we have time for one more question right here, and let's have it be a short question to the panel, and then I'd also like to give everyone a chance through this question to have a closing comment on this really important topic. Thank you.
I'm good at short. Hi.
That's good. Hi, welcome.
Lisa Friedman from Climate Wire. I'm wondering, I know a lot of environmental groups, or some environmental groups over the years have advocated this idea of valuing nature, which is an idea that seems to have really taken off. The World Bank has a big initiative. It seems to be exactly the opposite of what you're advocating here, of getting nature out of the marketplace, but rather putting a monetary value on clean air, clean water, forest. And I was wondering, for whomever wanted to speak to this, what are your thoughts on this initiative? Is this something that will help protect air and land and water? Is it something that will undermine the work that you're trying to do?
Great. Do you want to just come on down this way? Yeah.
That won't work. Answering to your question, that won't work. Because what this movement is saying is that nature is no longer an object, it's a subject of rights, and if we keep on using it as and using the commodification of nature and using it as a good, and trading offsets and trading carbon, it's not going to work. We need to start thinking about nature, as Patty was saying, in a spiritual way. Nature is not an object that we can trade, it's a subject that has rights that needs to be respected. We are part of nature, and that needs to start really being understood by the whole world. And by continuing with a market, we don't go anywhere. So we need to change our relationship with Mother Earth, and that's what Rights of Nature approach can do. So I invite you to use this Rights of Nature approach. We have, I don't know if you know it, but Ecuador sued BP. we sued BP because we are the only country that has rights of nature. So we can say, as Pinochet, for example, was sued because of genocide in Europe, we can say in Ecuador that BP has made a crime against nature, and we had sued BP. Of course, this is not gonna win a case, but we're gonna start raising all this inspiration and all this discussion about rights of nature, and that's what's very important. And just like my last comments are, what can you do? There's a lot of things that you can do. There's a petition, for example. You saw the map for the Center-South. There's the government of Ecuador wants to open an 11th round of oil, and there's a petition going around the world that we can all give it to you, so you can support it, so we can stop this all round. But there's a special interest and a special thing that you can do right now with Yasuni. Yasuni is a symbol. It's a symbol of living all underground, of protecting biodiversity, of protecting indigenous rights. And this is very important. If you put your energy in learning what's going on, in supporting Ecuador, there's a petition for intellectuals and academics and scientists around the world supporting Yasuni, but also if you can write about it, if you can go to the New York Times and the Guardian and write about what's going on and support the people in Ecuador. We have some polls that say that 65% of the population in Ecuador wants to live there underground. And we're being attacked by propaganda to change our mentality. But we need to have that support from the rest of the world to know that we are doing it right. That by living there underground and protecting biodiversity, we're not only helping ourselves, but helping the world. And signing those petitions and being aware of what's going on is a great support for us.
Thank you. Patricia, would you like to have some closing comments? Thank you.
Son comentarios. Cuando piensen en cambio climático, en lo que está ocurriendo, piensen en los pueblos indígenas que están luchando desde su espacio territorial, poniendo su físico, su hogar, para defender ese espacio territorial que aporta al mundo. Como está ocurriendo en Ecuador, los pueblos indígenas de la Amazonía luchando ahora contra la explotación petrolera, contra la explotación minera. Y solidarícense a través del mundo. Si tienen acceso a la prensa, publíquenlo en la prensa y posicionemos también a las mujeres. Las mujeres indígenas muy pocas veces salen a posicionarse, más se les ve a los hombres dirigentes posicionarse y muchas veces en el camino son confundidos. Las mujeres tienen menos posibilidad de confusión porque ellas están en contacto con la tierra y con sus hijos, pero no tienen las herramientas necesarias para poder dirigirse. Y por eso necesitan ser capacitadas, ser apoyadas, y si hacemos un conjunto, podremos resistir mejor.
Gracias. When you think about climate change, think about rights. Think about us. Think about us in the forest, occupying this physical space, protecting these climate stabilizing forests that the whole world needs. Fighting against oil companies and mining companies. Think of us. We are there. We are women. A lot of us are women who are resisting, and we need to support the women. Very few women get out there and get their voices heard. It's mostly men who go out representing us, and many times they get confused along the way. And this confusion is affecting their children. But it's really the women, and the women need tools, they need support, they need capacity building, they need to be strengthened and lifted up so that together we can protect this forest that the whole world depends on. Thank you.
On the question of financialization of nature, and the idea is by putting a price tag on nature, we will protect it. It hasn't worked yet, and it's not going to work in the future. Our relationship with the earth needs to be more than what the earth does for humans. That's what ecosystem services are supposed to be about. And they've actually put a dollar amount, a dollar figure, some trillion dollars that the value of the earth is worth. And I think it's ridiculous to imagine that we can protect ourselves and the way and our life forward on this planet this way. There is a report out in the hallway that we put together for Rio Plus 10 to address this very question. It's right on the hallway as contributions from Osprey and from Natty and myself, and a number of other really amazing people who weigh in on this topic and how rights of nature is, in fact, the opposite of that idea. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm just going to make a quick closing comment, and then we actually have a Skype coming. No? We're all right with that? Okay. So I'm getting I have several hats going on here, and people are trying to inform me what's going on. So what I want to say in closing on this wonderful panel, thank you all so much, is that especially since we have so many Indigenous sisters in the room, I want to really reiterate how I think the fact of us bringing a rights-based approach to nature is a way that modern society actually has a pathway culturally and legally to reestablish these original rights, the original instructions with nature. And I think this is really important to understand that we need some way that modern people who live in these industrialized societies can remap our way towards our original instructions with Mother Earth. And I think rights of nature can provide that because, as someone had made a comment, there's a bridge between our legal, societal, and cultural understanding of nature and our spiritual renewal with Mother Earth. And I think this is bringing up in a really important conversation at a legal and cultural level of how we can go about doing that. So I'm really glad we could bring this conversation into the summit, and thank you all for incredible comments, and thank you all for the good questions and comments to the audience as well.
Me ayuda a escribir palabras claves. ¿Sí? En el momento de la inspiración me olvidé. Está bien. Yo soy capaz. No, pero lo dijiste perfecto. No perdí mucho. Yeah, you have a job. If you are looking for a job, it's really transit. I asked you. Dice que si necesitas otro
Right now? I think so. Osprey?
Okay, we're really excited. Is this
So is that here? Okay.
Is this working?
You're doing it in line or
Hello?
something?
There's no break, and we're going to start.
No, don't say it, because then I'll have to. It's a universal rule if you have to.
Oh, don't fall off. Okay, there's not going to be a break. Hello? If you can hear me, raise your hand.
Look at the state of it.
I know.
If you can hear me, raise your hand.
Arrows. Let's see how that works.
If you can hear me, raise your hand.
People need a break, huh?
Yeah, I think people need a break now. No? No? Okay, fine. People don't need a break.
No, because
Gotta go.
I have a PowerPoint. Who's got the PowerPoints?
I think they have them over there. Do they have it already?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Is this microphone? Yeah, it is. Okay. If you can hear me, raise your hand. If you can hear me, raise your hand. Thank you. We have this amazing panel coming up that I'm really, really excited about because it really supports the panel that we just heard. There's a relationship between what we just heard and this panel that I think is going to be really important. Thank you all so much for coming, and please begin.
Is it on? Hello? Osprey?
I don't think so. Can you hear me?
No.
No. Has somebody else got theirs on or no?
No, I think it's just that. So he can just.
No volume on here? No.
I think you have to open the central whatever.
They've got to do it? Yeah, I guess so.
Yes.
Just 1 second.
Okay.
That's fine.
We just.
Okay.
And who turns on the mics? They do over there?
No.
No. This one.
What did she say? That
Can I then ditch to the bathroom as well? Can I then ditch to the bathroom as well?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay. They're doing something? Not right now.
No.
Hello? No. Nope.
Okay, so it's cool. It's all good.
Then I go to the bathroom. Can I have a pull along? Pass along? No?
Please.
Yeah.
Liana might have tripped earlier. I wonder if she plugged by mistake. Maybe she tripped. No, Liana
Someone
tripped.
tripped, so could she have
Just a
pulled
second. I wonder if she
something
pulled it with her foot by mistake.
Oh, okay.
Cool. Could you do a dance or should you do a dance? You want to do dance?
No. I've got a PowerPoint, I think they've got.
Yeah.
Mother Earth made us take
That's
a break.
right, exactly.
Forced to.
So we just do it? Oh, it's fine.
No worries.
You need to feel at home here anyway. So. Exactly. Settle down.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Very good. Just to see that. They can't see on the tail, right? I just realized I'm like. Should you guys both go back tomorrow?
No, I'm here until the 1st of October.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so I'm
she's
still-
going to the UN
Oh,
stuff.
the UN
Okay.
stuff, yeah, this afternoon, and
Yeah.
then tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and the next day.
So are you staying there for, or are you coming, doing to go kind of tour around the US when you're here?
No, just here, and then just 2 days of meetings at the end, and then I'm taking a day to myself just to sit in a coffee shop and do nothing. So, yeah.
Sounds great. And then
Yeah.
you never do that. If I had a day to myself, I'd be in bed sleeping.
Yeah, well, that's the thing. I think it's a lie. By the time. How do you do that qualitative stuff that is not about,
Testing.
Okay, we have commodification for 20, 30 years, so we don't want to just start saying, okay, put a monetary price on it.
Yeah.
So that's the way we're doing it, is just
Yeah.
questioning if the only kind of valuing is around a monetary value. Yeah. How do you do it?
I was just telling her that I can't work with a paradigm of giving rights to nature. It's one abstract, multiple process, multi-complex system, and say you ascribe rights in the same way we ascribe rights to people.
Yeah, it's a tough thing, but I mean,
If it's
this is the
kind of like
paradigmatic thing. How do you do it then when we have an existing system? Yeah. How do you transition out?
Yeah, can you still, because even if because you
You
can't
have
use
inalienable
you
rights,
can't
then.
use the word in the same way that you use it for people. So
Right,
you'd have
'cause
to
you don't have a person
redefine
you
the whole
can-
thing.
Yeah.
But
Well,
but even
we're in a
but
huge
technically today,
redefinition.
don't we have like rights that go into that? Don't we have like even right now? Don't we have moments where people are being recorded? Excellent. Thank you for that. Everyone's in it.
Great. How long has that been up? I think we were also talking about sleeping.
Yeah. Oh well, I'm sure people will know we're human. Probably. After this jet.
That's fine. Yes, no, thank you. No, that's good. Follow the money.
That's right. That's right. Money makes the world go round.
It's beautiful. Oh, thank you. Yeah, it's Fijian and it comes from traditional symbology. So 3 seconds?
Minute.
3 seconds. Oh, no. Oh, okay. I was just thinking that would be cutting off really, really, really quickly.
Okay.
I see the 30 seconds, I always start to panic. I'd rather not know and just give me the end.
They haven't heard of grace periods yet.
Yeah, exactly.
So
You tell us when we're supposed to start. That's fine. Nice.
O nau nai kahala me kalehua He halele hua no ia nakano e O ka uno ia E ano I nei e li a nei hoi O ka hiki mai A hiki mai no kou A hiki puno me ke aloha Aloha e Aloha e Aloha e Aloha to our next panel.
Thank you so much. I think that was such a wonderful introduction, bringing us all together in spirit to address a subject that is often not that spiritual, divides people, and yet it's something that we need to deal with, and that is the question of financing in economics. And as you can see from the title, we've been given a very wide mandate, the power of the purse, economics and climate finance. And I think it's very important, and that's what we are trying to do, hopefully try to do here on the panel, to not only look at the kind of financing that is available and that is needed, but also what kind of rules and regulatory changes we will need to secure essentially a fundamental shift away from what we currently have. The dirty fossil fuel-based gross über alles, and since I'm German I can say it appropriately, gross über alles economic approach in which trade and investment rules are rigged in favor of large multinational corporations and banks, in which normative principles such as precaution and intergenerational justice and the right of Mother Earth, as we heard in the previous panels, are ignored, and as a consequence, women's and nature's contribution are taken as a given. They are externalized and ignored. So this is our starting point here from the discussion. And not explicitly the focus here, but I mean it came up in the question about the financialization of nature, is the question, is the green economy concept enough? Is green investment enough without the social change that accompanies it? And so I think here the speakers will have some perspective that we actually need to go beyond just investing in clean energy, but that we really have to have a fundamentally different valuation in terms of holding in esteem, revering, and not putting a price tag on nature and on people and on the contributions, quote unquote, that they can make to the system. So while all of us can and must make an individual difference on an individual level, I think it's the look at the larger systemic picture, the financial system, its incentives and reward that are at the heart of what we are discussing here. And I think it becomes very clear when you're looking at some of the basic numbers for climate finance. And that notion of climate finance is actually a very fluid one. There is no clear definition of what climate finance is. The term is largely used to describe investments in emissions reductions, renewable energy, low carbon development, adaptation, and building resilience. But there is climate finance commitment by the global community under the UNFCCC, the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change, made in 2009, that by 2020, collectively 100 billion per year would be available to finance mitigation and climate action in developing countries. And short term, from 2010 to 2012, there was a commitment of $30 billion, largely in public finance, for the most urgent needs. And actually, we all know, the ones of us that have worked on it, that the promises for the money, that it would be new and additional, particularly to development assistance, have not materialized, that there was a lot of double counting, and the EU particularly has basically admitted it most recently, that indeed that there has been double counting occurring. And I want to put those numbers, and again, they are not even speaking for the needs. The needs are much, much higher, but that's basically the basic political commitment that the global community a couple of years for could agree on, the 100 billion per year by 2020. And I want us to put that number, and actually it's going to be very challenging to reach that, because developed countries particularly are not doing their share, against what happened in 2009 when the G20 was able in less than a couple of weeks to mobilize $1.1 trillion to prop up and stabilize the global financial system. So this as a basic framing, and I would invite our wonderful speakers here, all of which with a lot of experience on a wide range of subjects related to the global financial system, trade and investment rules, but also specifically on climate financing instruments to make the interventions. And Nolene is going to start us off. And I will not say the biographies, I obviously already speak too long because we have them all covered here. Please, Nolene.
So Nolene Nabulivov from Development Alternatives with Women for a New Era, and also we're part of a wonderful growing coalition called the Women's Major Group on Sustainable Development at the UN, and it's over 500 organizations and institutions around the world that are interested in really transformative shifts on gender equality and women's empowerment. So many and broad and complex are the terrains of struggle and of work together that we have on climate change. But one of the things that I kind of framed my talk today on, and it's changed over the last couple of days as I've been here in this wonderful space, is really saying, I don't feel that we can ever talk about climate change without talking about ecological degradation, without talking about the ways that we live together as human beings, about the ways that we share this planet with others. And there are those of us who are working both in the hard and institutional spaces, but who are also very interested in the movement building. So can I just move to the next slide? Very quickly, I'm just going to set the context frame and talk about urgency, but also very much around what I've just said, an interlinkage perspective to our work. This is a South feminist perspective, but linked in with many, many other women working around the world. So we very much take on a political economy frame. We're interested in issues of power. We want to look it straight in the face and talk about power differentials, not just hierarchical, but how we move ourselves with power and strength. And we want to talk about feminist analysis and action and how that informs our work, and what are the coalitions and what are the diverse women's groups that are working together. Because one of the things that we know very much about this room and about all of us who are interested in this work, who are listening and watching online, is that we want the accelerated action and we want to be able to move faster. It's about an urgency. So then a couple of examples, and possibly we can talk about some next steps in the comments and questions. So can I just flick through? Just to talk about one of the things that we're very conscious about is the changing geopolitics of the world as well, and not pretending that that doesn't exist. When we come together in coalitions, it's not about having a big kumbaya moment. It's about getting into the prickly and talking about what is different about us and where our issues merge and where they don't. Because I think these are the things that we really need to do much more urgently and be prepared to do with confidence and with care and with love and respect for each other. So that's the first thing. So we do talk about the global north and the global south, and we do talk about the fact that it's not about geographic north and south, but it is about the ways that people do or don't have what they need in order to have well-being, to have their rights respected, to have the recognition of the earth respected and its rights. So what we also do very much in Dawn and other places is to kind of contextualize it within multiple frames. So if I am coming to you speaking as a woman from Fiji, I also come with my sisters from around the Pacific, but I also come as part of coalitions that are in the global south. And then, of course, it is about a global moment as well. And how do we fit all those hats on our head? How do we do this in a very real way? Next. And the ways that Dawn does that is to look back as much as forward. Peggy Antrobus, one of the founders of Dawn, talks about very much looking forward as backward as much as forward. And this is about young women who came together in the 1980s and were saying, we don't hear our cares reflected. At this particular moment when women's movements around the world were very strongly talking about all these issues that we've been talking about. Next, please. It's not wanting to load. Yes, so these are some of the younger women that are engaged. It's also about intergenerational work. Yes, next. And it's about the very real lived realities. These are young women in the Pacific. You can see under their feet, they're going to school, and this is a road. And they're finding it very difficult to get to school every day. And there are king tides, and one of the things that I want to say is when we frame this, that we're talking about in terms of climate change, can we be very real and concrete that this is an existential threat, but it's a very real reality, a lived reality of people in the Pacific, that some of our countries will be entirely underwater in the future. And some of us refuse to talk about that now because we want to talk about other possibilities, that maybe there is a way we can still shift things. Others are preparing now, because they need to be looking long-term about what will happen if these microstates are not there in 20, 30, 50 years' time. So it's a very real lived reality for us. Next, please. There are many women around the world who can't show their faces when they do this work. There are trans women, there are LBT women, there are women in the remote areas who don't get to speak directly to governments. So it is also about the complexity and diversity of our movements and how much access we have to hard and soft power. Thanks. It is about the very real resilience and resistance movements that are everywhere around the world. And you were talking about the farmers' movement as well, that we've got to find these coalitions that are about shifting power, because those who have power will not give it up easily. So we've got to also be very, very strong in and strategic in how we move that power. Thank you. It's about diversity, lots of different movements working together. Thank you. It's about talking to the politicians and the parliamentarians. This is Nicole Bldg in a wonderful panel that was just held in Uruguay, where they're getting very concretely into how do you do different kinds of tax solutions? What are the solutions on the ground with local and with national government? Next, please. It's about doing the analysis together, being in a room and critiquing each other, finding ways to make sure that your ideas are deepening as you go, and that they're useful for different kinds of people who need this information. Next, please. Next. Sometimes it's about breaking open spaces. Just go one back. That is a very formal space. Back, please. Back. That's a very formal space at the Pacific Islands Forum Secretariat. And we broke some of those spaces with music. And we've been doing that this week. And it's sometimes a way for you to then renegotiate power within a room and to speak to people, to rehumanize the process. And I think that's really an important thing that maybe we don't speak enough about. But somebody, I think Marta said, this is our UN. And these are our institutional spaces of development. Sorry, I'm very, very much behind. Keep going. Keep going. We do it in many different ways, in many formal and informal spaces. And what I'll say is, what we do know is that small, below ground, configured responses, strategic responses, are needed just as we need the large-scale responses. What we do know is that all the gains that we've won, very hard-won gains over decades by women, need to be respected. We do need this human rights framework because we fought very hard for it. We all know that. And how do we hold on to that? It is about self-care and well-being of each other as women. It's about women human rights defenders and how we hold these struggles that we're doing. They take women's lives all the time. We have to be there for each other. It is also about reconfiguring the global economic systems. And to do that, we have to talk directly to the corporations and we have to talk about the corporations. And we have to be very real about these networked forces that are a political agent. They have far more access often than many of us to get into these hard political spaces. And we've got to be very strategic about that, and we've got to look it straight in the face and say, these are political agents, and how do we speak to them? How do we speak about them? And how do we mobilize to ensure that we have as equal power in this relationship? So what I know is that we won't win with text negotiations only, but we need to do the text negotiations. We need to hold them to account in every space. I'm going this afternoon to try and hold this space in another place in the UN, because we need to do that. Jubilee South has been doing this in the financial institutions, holding WTO and others to account, and putting forward really concrete proposals. The concrete proposals that we're talking about, and I'll finish with this, is what I really wanted to say is that Rosa Koyan from Madang, whose places and whose people are putting up a fight against her own government, is just as important as a woman who is working on the issues of sexual and gender-based violence, is just as connected to climate change as the women who are talking about the fact that the salinity of the water in the Marshall Islands is now meaning that there are problems around sexual and reproductive health and rights. Pregnant women are having problems right now. All of these issues are connected, and maybe in small island states we know this because it's in a small space. But we've got to configure it in that way, and I think that's what this room has been doing very much this weekend, is saying to each other, there is no way you can address economics without doing gender, social, economic, and ecological justice together as women and our communities. Thank you.
That's a tough act to follow. My name is Janet Redman. I work at a place called the Institute for Policy Studies, and we're a 50-year-old think tank. We just have our anniversary this year, connecting peace, justice, and the environment. So we're really working on the nexus of economic inequality, conflict, warfare, and issues of ecology and environment. I wanted to start out with a piece that a friend of mine, many of you probably in this room know him, Gopal Dayanani from Movement Generation, which is an incredible space out in California. Always reminds me when he starts these kinds of talks and thinking about the root of two words, ecology and economy. So eco comes from the Greek word for home. And ecology is the study of home, if we look at that, and economy is the management of home. So when I think about economics and how it relates to climate change, I really think about economies as being the way that we manage or arrange our relationships. So that means our relationships with our home, which is Earth, and our relationships with each other, the people in that home. So kind of from that framework, I look at climate change, and I think this is kind of what Shannon spoke about earlier, really as the physical manifestation, the physical symptom of a broken or sick economy. And that's an economy that says we can consume, or we can extract, we can exploit forever on what's a physically finite planet. Those two just mash up right from the beginning, and I think that's been a lot of the causes of the broader climate crisis and many of the political and geoeconomic crisis that we see. So just kind of skip to the piece that I wanted to talk about today. In the world of climate and climate finance, in the world in general, we're being told right now that there's just no money to do the stuff that we know need to do. There's no money for jobs, there's no money for public services, there's no money for healthcare, for education, for fighting AIDS. There's just not enough money out there in the public coffers. And so to stop the bad stuff, deforestation, or do the good stuff, renewable energy, so we have to turn that over to the private sector. We have to turn that over to markets, because markets are the best allocator of resources. We have to turn that over to the private sector, and we have to turn that over to the banks, the financiers. For me, that's one of the biggest problems we're facing today, especially talking about moving the protection of our natural resources and the protection of our spaces, particularly as women, over to the financial sector. For me, that's where this idea of the green economy comes from, carbon trading. The idea that a private sector putting a price on nature, putting a price on natural services is the best way to manage our future. I would say in part that's a problem of our own imagination, to say that actually the markets are not the best way to allocate resources. We've seen the evidence of that, and in fact we as women, as people who live off of these natural resources, need to be managing those based on our own experience of how they need to be used, based on our experiences of our families and the rights of future generations. What this kind of financialization of climate, financialization of nature shows us, I think, is that democracy is in tatters, right? We've given up the chance to make decisions about the management of our own homes. We're passing that off to the financial sector, to the private sector. And so part of what I kind of see as the solution, so we're talking about problems and solutions and action steps of how we get there. In my imagination and the folks that I've been talking with recently, it's time to dream up the new economy in a very profound way, I think. And to kind of ground that, I think of it in three pieces. One is that it builds broad-based wealth, and we have to reimagine what wealth means, of course. It doesn't mean dollars in your pocket. But talking about ending inequality in that sense. Second, that it promotes democracy, and that it explicitly carries forward the voice and the leadership of women in particular in that democratic space. And three, that it's ecologically grounded and ecologically sane, I would say. And for me, that's a long-term vision. Of course, we're not there today. We probably won't be there tomorrow. But that's what we're aiming for, and that's a real tangible future we're aiming for, not just theoretical. It's transformative, and I think it calls all the power of our imagination, our creativity. But the piece for me, being someone who lives in Washington, D.C., and being, I think, in many ways super pragmatic, I kind of want to know what we're doing tomorrow, even though I know that this vision is big. How do we make steps today in the same direction that we're leading toward the transformation economically, but that we can actually start ticking boxes and saying we're making moves happen? What are some of the concrete actions that can make a difference now, but are also emblematic of the larger struggle and the larger wins that we're moving toward? So again, I'm going to kind of break it down in a sense to the agenda that we're working on collectively. We're talking about policy and we're talking about on the ground. And I'm thinking of the kind of on-the-ground concrete steps we can do right now. We have listed a lot of them actually already. We don't have to wait for the powers that be to make them happen in terms of reshaping a new economy. We've talked about making new food systems, local organic food systems. We've talked about decentralized local energy systems. We've talked about divesting from fossil fuels and reinvesting in local economies. We can move our individual money. We can force our institutions to move their money. Look at corporate banks, cooperative banks, et cetera. But the part that I wanted to just chew on for a second is looking at policy steps for a new economy, since that's the work that I'm most involved in. We've heard a lot of ideas around that. Alternative indicators, moving away from GDP as a way of understanding how we're practicing well-being, stop subsidizing harmful practices like the fossil fuel industry. But one kind of concrete action, one concrete campaign that I have recently started working on that I'm really excited about for four very quick reasons, is called the financial transactions tax. That's a tiny tax on speculative finance, a tiny tax of 0.01% often on things like swaps and trades, derivatives, futures, etc. The idea is that it could actually raise hundreds of billions of dollars a year if done just in the global north and developed countries. And the 4 reasons why I really like it, I think, are my criteria for looking at lots of different kinds of both actions and policy agendas. One, that it brings the fight to the door of power. It brings the fight right to Wall Street, in this case the financial sector, and addresses their power over our economy. Second, it addresses rule riggers. So the banks aren't just powerful, they're also the people that help write the rules in their own favor and undo the kinds of rules that will cut off their influence. So for me, that's a big piece. 3, it has equity at its center. It's about redistributing resources. It's actually taking money out of the purse of those parts of society that have gathered it either through bailouts or through their exploitative relationships, economic relationships with us and with our communities and our economies. And 4th, it brings people together across silos. So in the financial transactions tax campaign, also called the Robin Hood tax campaign, it's brought people together from across Europe and North America and Canada. It's also brought people together from alliances like the Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance with the National People's Action Alliance in the US. It's brought nurses and labor together with environmental activists and HIV activists looking at global health. So it started to weave voices together that recognize the intersection between economic justice and climate justice and social justice. Just on the side of good news, 12 countries in Europe have just said they're going to implement a financial transactions tax. So there's some positive steps in that place as well. So just to wrap up, in terms again of thinking of our action agenda, specifically around economics and around finance, I really enjoyed the last panel saying it's time to make noise and make demands, that we as women are incredibly powerful, and the economy is a place where we have not shown up as strongly as we have in other places. But again, kind of remembering in our hearts that the economy is about relationships with each other. That's what we're good at. That's what we've been talking about here. Relationships with each other, relationships with the earth, and organizing our home together in a way that's equitable and fair through small actions now, but building to larger transformation. Thanks.
Hello, I'm Nacpil from the Philippines, and as Nolan mentioned, I'm working with Jubilee South, and for a long time, since the 90s, I've been working on economic justice issues. And just looking at the work we've done on economic justice, it's really very important to understand that the very systems of economic injustice that we have been working against for so many decades is the very system of economics that has been responsible for the climate crisis and for climate change. It's very important not just to look at the impacts of this economics or the economy, but to look at the very essential logic of this economic system and why it has been causing not just extreme poverty in many places on this earth, but why it has led to the climate crisis. And just to put it in a nutshell, I know that for many people, one natural starting point of looking at the economy is looking at the type of fuel that this economy is using. And we have mentioned this time and again in just the last day and a half, that at the heart of the problem is the burning of fossil fuel and the excessive consumption of fossil fuel. But that's not quite the complete picture. We have to see that the excessive burning of fossil fuel is part of a logic of an economic system that goes like this. It is the continuous and ever-increasing, expanding extraction of natural resources in order to generate profit and accumulate capital. That is the logic of this system. It's not about providing people with their needs. That's not how the top corporations talk about producing goods. They talk about how you maximize profit. And they don't talk about using capital in order to provide people with services and goods. They talk about using capital so that it doesn't sleep. It has to be continuously reinvested in the economy so that there is continuous generation of profit. And that if this cycle stops somehow, then you lose out in the race. And that is the real essential logic that we need to change about the economy. I guess one of the important things, messages I want to leave in our sharing is that while it's very vital that we seek to change and build alternatives in the spaces that we can, we need to confront the big picture and the big system. If it continues, the work that we do in building alternatives in communities, in towns, in places where we can, all the gains can be swept away by the climate crisis if we do not change the big picture and the big system. If we don't confront power, build our own power, and confront the powers that are maintaining this kind of system. And I just want to repeat what Noelyn said about talking about corporations, for instance. We don't talk about them much. We don't even name the corporations. I think we should really make it a point for us, if we don't name, and I would use the word in a broad way, if we don't name the enemy, we won't know the enemy and we won't be able to fight the enemy as effectively. That means that we need huge transformations, not just the alternatives that we can build in our communities, but whole alternative global system. That is what is needed, and we need it quite quickly. I think one of the speakers yesterday, I think the one who was speaking on Skype, was emphasizing that we are on track. No matter, even if we take the best that the current leaders are offering, we are on track to a 4 to 6 degree world. It's an average of global average of 4 degrees, but for Africa, it's actually 6 degree world. Given the current pledges in the UNFCCC, the impacts that we are facing now, some of the islands are surely going to sink. We are a country of 7,104 islands. Half of our islands will sink for sure. This is just from a 0.8 degree increase from before industrialization levels. Think of what this will mean for a 4 to 6 degree increase. And we're on track for that unless we do things quite drastically. And that means huge, drastic emission cuts, which means huge economic changes. We have to change ways of life, huge. And what has to happen, the huge cuts have to happen in the big countries that are rich and are emitting, and that means in most of the European countries, in the US, in Japan. And this is not just because these countries are the most responsible for climate change, as historically proven by scientists in terms of their excessive emissions. It's also a scientific fact that you can only cut largest where there is largest emissions. There's very little that the rest of the countries can contribute at this point. But even so, there has to be also a contribution, because scientists, and you will see from the new IPCC report, which is just come out or just about to come out because they just signed off to it, they're saying that it is no longer physically and scientifically possible for the big Annex 1 countries, the big emitter countries, to reduce as much as they should based on their historical responsibility. And therefore, the countries that were not responsible for climate change, like our country, will have to share the burden of reduction. And that is why climate finance is also needed. And that is what is in the Climate Convention, that the big countries will have to provide the finance so that the developing countries who did not contribute to the historical emissions will have to share the burden of reducing, because it's no longer physically possible to save the planet just by the reduction of the rich countries alone. And we won't be able to do that unless finance is provided for that. And the last thing that I'd like to say is that finance is also needed very much from those responsible to those who will feel the burden most. And that's the big injustice, the second layer of injustice of climate crisis is those least responsible will feel the burden and the suffering the most. And finance is needed because we're already suffering the effects, and many of them are irreversible. So we have to talk about adaptation now. There's a lot of effects that cannot be reversed, so we have to adjust. And then we have to talk about loss and damage now, because we're not just talking about effects in the future, we're talking about life and death and huge losses today. And that's something that we in the Philippines are experiencing directly as one of the frontline countries who are now suffering huge floods and massive destruction several times a year. What happened in the US, Sandy? We have that several times a year. So we need to talk about climate finance, and I think that's a good segue for Lian to talk about.
What we have done, actually the prerogative that I took as the chair is kind of trying to split my time with the first introduction, and now I want to come in very specifically on some of the climate financing instruments and some of the opportunities that I'm seeing there. Laurie is going to speak, don't worry. Laurie is going to speak, but that's the flow that we decided beforehand that we felt was kind of logic. We'll hear from you whether you agree with us. And as I said, focus of my work, first of all, I need to introduce myself. I should have done that earlier, but I was so revved up getting into the subject, a really important subject, that I was amiss of that. My name is Schlatek. I'm with the Heinrich Böll Foundation, and for the past couple of years I worked particularly on climate finance, including looking at public finance institutions and public funds out there, with a particular focus on trying to make sure that those funds are more gender sensitive and more gender responsive than they currently are. And this is basically just an acknowledgement of the fact that because climate change is not gender neutral, the climate financing instruments that we have and that exist cannot not be gender neutral either, meaning they have to be gender sensitive and gender responsive. And the key to do that, and I think, Janet has brought that up, and various speakers have brought it up over the course of the discourse here, it's kind of like a red thread that goes through a lot of the discourse, is democratization of climate finance. We have to make climate finance more democratic, but not in the representative sense that you're seeing currently, which is less and less democratic because you have more and more corporate capture. And Noeline mentioned the fact that some of us, and particularly, the business sector, have more access to decision makers than a lot of the civil society organizations have. This is not different, or particularly not different, in climate finance institutions and existing climate funds, where there is a lot more open ear by board members given to the interests of the private sector over, for example, community interests or women's interests. And so, it's with that in mind when Marina Silva spoke about democratizing democracy, that we really have to think also in terms of Climate Financing Institute on how can we make sure that funding decisions are made as locally as possible. And in the EU there is that word floating around of subsidiarity, but it really means trying to make decisions at the lowest possible level and involve women at all stages. And that's part of the, the accountability and transparency that I think are key of that. Funds also do not exist in a normative vacuum, and although it's treated usually as if economics is a field in itself and climate financing is a field in itself, it's very important to, for example, remember that all the 184 member states to the Convention on the Elimination of All Forms of Discrimination Against Women, CEDAW, and it is really a mouthful, are also members of the UN Framework Convention on Climate Change. So there is that coherence in implementing and the responsibility of nation states to implement coherently. So again, I think the human rights-based or the rights-based approach is something that is absolutely missing in the existing climate financing instruments as we currently have them. The word equity as a guiding principle has not made it into any of the strategic or governing instruments of climate funds, including the newest one, the Green Climate Fund. Instead, the discourse has been about spending money with a very narrow definition, efficiently and effectively, and that has been largely understood as cost effectiveness. There is really an equation of effectiveness with cost effectiveness. In the sense, we have to focus on getting the largest emissions bang for the buck. Doing something that is easily quantifiable. Come with a quick indicator of success, do it very short term. That, again, that kind of short-termism leads to all those projects that we are seeing in climate finance without getting into the programmatic approach that we really need to affect some of the longer-term changes, including societal changes, that we want climate financing to support. So that also leads, and Liddy mentioned that very, very poignantly, to the funding priority for mitigation. If you look at what currently private and public climate financing is funding, 95% goes to mitigation, only about 4% goes to adaptation, and the mitigation funding is largely for large scale, large hydro dams, large solar parks, large wind power parks, and not for the kind of smaller scale, more appropriate technology, community-based investments that we are looking for. So, gender consideration. They are mostly currently an afterthought in existing climate funds. But there are some steps. I think awareness is growing and rising that you at least have to start beginning and think about gender in that context. There was very recently a gender review of the climate investment funds, and IUCN and Lorena were very much at the helm of driving that, which, for example, stated very clearly that the Clean Technology Fund, which is the largest fund under the funds that the World Bank is administrating at the moment, focusing on clean technology, did not even consider gender in any shape or form. So you have a little bit of improvement, but it's very disjointed. It's piecemeal with little guidance, and you have no comprehensive approach. So I want to take, and unfortunately I think it might at least take the 30 minutes that were just flashed at me, I want to point out the political moment and opportunity that is presented by the Green Climate Fund. And I wish we had more time on the panel that we had, because I think it's really worth spending a couple of minutes on that, even if I have only one or less than one left. Because this is a new funding instrument which is largely established in response to the funding obligation that Liddy has mentioned, although we don't yet know whether developed countries are putting in the money that is required. But what is really interesting about the Green Climate Fund is that it's the first multilateral climate fund that actually has the mandate for a gender-sensitive approach in its governing document. The governing document is like the constitution of the fund, meaning even if you don't like it, it's going to be extremely hard to completely ignore it, right? And it's anchored there as an objective and guiding principles. So myself and a number of other people are working on what it actually means to make a Green Climate Fund gender responsive. And that has many components, and it needs many anchors and many legs to ensure, again, that we are not just doing that, again, with a piecemeal approach, but with a very comprehensive mainstreaming focus, both on gender mainstreaming, but also women's empowerment. And that will have, for example, to change the way that we measure effectiveness in the Green Climate Fund. It can't just be for the biggest and best mitigation project if at the same time, for example, you push women farmers out of land for a wind park, or you destroy the livelihood of communities. So you will need a different results measurement framework and different indicators. You will need a gender expertise in those funds that is at the same value and valued equally to the technical expertise and the expertise about financial instruments that all those funds want to have. Most importantly, you need to make sure that the participation structures for stakeholders, both in terms of the interaction with the fund, but also in terms of defining the funding priorities on the country level, are done in a way that brings women in as relevant stakeholders from the early beginning. And then structurally, I think it is very important to think about ways where women can directly access funding if need be, by bypassing governments that might not always be very receptive to their specific needs, for example, in something like a small grants facility. And I think that would be a particularly important counterweight to the private sector. And I apologize. I know you are breathing hard and heavy, but it needed to be said. And I give the floor now to Laurie, who has waited very patiently.
Thank you. I wrote this in my PowerPoint. I'm Laurie Williams, a volunteer with Citizens Climate Lobby. I'm delighted to be here with all of you. The question I hope to help answer: how can we quickly and effectively transition away from our self-destructive burning of fossil fuels? Everything that all of you are doing is crucial, absolutely crucial, but a fundamental shift in economic incentives is also needed as part of national legislation, especially in developed countries. My husband, Alan Zabel, and I have both worked as attorneys for the United States Environmental Protection Agency for more than 25 years. But my participation here today is strictly as a private citizen on my personal vacation time, expressing my personal opinions only, not those of US EPA or the Obama administration. In 2007, articles by US climatologist James Hansen convinced me, and Alan, that the climate threat was truly urgent. We felt a special obligation as experienced environmental regulators to speak out. Alan is an expert for our agency on economic incentives, pollution trading, and offsets, not for climate change, but for other air pollution programs. He realized that carbon trading and offsets was a fundamentally flawed approach to addressing climate change, but it had been endorsed by large environmental organizations as well as by polluting industry and many at Wall Street. He knew that cap and trade with offsets would be an ineffective approach to cutting fossil fuels, one that would create perverse incentives and lock in climate degradation. This is what has happened in Europe's Clean Development Mechanism and in RED, the Reduced Emission and Deforestation Program. For more on this, you can watch our 2009 video, The Huge Mistake. But today, I'm here to talk to you about what would work to fix the incentives that keep us burning enormous quantities of fossil fuels. How can we solve the problem? Fossil fuel energy remains cheap, despite the enormous damage it's doing, and it remains cheaper and more accessible than the clean energy alternatives we have today, which is what I tried to portray here on this little drawing. A fair and efficient way to solve this problem is for developed countries, starting with the United States, to adopt carbon fees with 100% rebates, a fair, direct way to make clean energy cost competitive and to protect the right of every person to afford the energy they need during the transition. A carbon fee is an extra charge collected on every fossil fuel, whether imported or extracted, that when it first enters our economy, the fee would rise gradually each year, ensuring that within a known time frame, for instance 10 years, all fossil fuel energy would be significantly more expensive than all clean energy alternatives we have today. Clean energy would become profitable, and fossil fuels would be unable to compete. And so while each of us is a polluter and should pay a carbon fee that reflects the harm we are doing, when we use fossil fuels, each of us also owns an equal share of the sky. So every resident in each country that adopted this plan would receive an equal per-person monthly rebate, their equal share of the 100% of the carbon fees collected the month before. Economists have found that 2/3 of US households would come out ahead financially. The poor would benefit most because they use the least energy. The middle class would be just fine. The rich, our heaviest energy users, would pay the most, as they should, for their greater contribution to the problem. This 100% rebate would be crucial to convincing US citizens to support substantially raising their own fossil fuel costs and to maintain the political will needed to keep raising their fossil fuel costs over time. Once enacted, this law would cause a fundamental shift in the US economy because there would be a huge shift in private investment. Energy companies and other investors would reject new investment in tar sands and other fossil fuels. rising carbon fees would ensure that private investment shifted to clean energy. This investment in turn would kick off a rapid scale-up in clean energy infrastructure, competition, and innovation. Clean energy prices would fall. As fossil fuel prices rose, dirty energy would become a larger share of each business's costs, and businesses would compete to keep their carbon footprint small. Individuals would be pleased to receive their equal monthly share of the fees and would enjoy working to make energy efficient choices to help their families keep more of the rebate. Border adjustments would also be crucial. If one country had carbon fees and another did not, a carbon fee equivalent tariff would be added to product imports and rebated from product exports, allowing countries that adopted carbon fees a level playing field to compete both at home and overseas with products manufactured by their less greenhouse gas responsible neighbors. Fairness requires the U.S. and the developed world to provide major funding for the developing countries to ensure their rapid transition to clean energy and to finance an increase, not a reduced decrease, in forest cover in each of these less developed countries. But this funding should not come from offsets, and it should not come from the carbon fees, which are required to address the burdens that these carbon fees would cause in country. Rather, as Ted mentioned, the developed world could shift a portion of its current military budget to finance these projects. So I'm sure that many of you will have questions, and there are many other solutions and actions that are needed, but I want you to know that most economists believe that this proposal for carbon fees is crucial to rapidly transforming the energy economies of the developed world by fixing the incentives that keep us on the path to self-destruction. We cannot make it happen without all of you. Only an enormous groundswell of grassroots support for this proposal could overcome the powerful vested interests that would oppose it. Thus, a successful battle for legislation to enact this program would reinvigorate our democracies and our hope, and ignite our civil rights movement, our moment of successful revolution to protect a climate that will support our children's dreams. Thank you.
Okay, we can open it up for question, and I was asked to ask everybody of you to basically turn around and face the camera so that our online audience can see you at the same time that we are hearing your question. Or did I get that wrong? No, I got that right. And I see a number of hands. Why don't we start with, and I forgot the name again, I'm sorry. The lady in white with the wonderful headdress. Rosemary, I'm so sorry, Rosemary.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Rosemary Olive Monenia from Cameroon, based in Tanzania. I'm very thankful to be here and to hear all these wonderful presentations. But my fear is this. One, financing climate change in Africa. We see a lot of it, the Green Fund, the Fund, and all these things, like what has been happening a lot in that it doesn't get down to the grassroots. It hangs up there. So one of my fears is how does it get down to the grassroots and how does it get down to the women? Then the second issue, now in Africa, we are discovering new fossil fuel sites, like East Africa wasn't producing. Now every country in East Africa is actually producing petroleum. Tanzania, Kenya, name it. So it's moved from West Africa, from Nigeria, and then coming down. Ghana did not produce before, they are all producing. And everybody sees this as a new source of energy, as a new source of income. So how do we debate this between them not getting this new money, which is all sponsored by America and the UK and Europeans, because Africans don't own oil companies anyway. So it's the same thing that is going on through. How do we try to see that we stop them from producing these fossil fuels and go to renewables, which we needed a lot in Africa? So how do we balance that debate? Thank you.
Okay. Thank you, Rosemary. We're going to collect a couple and then try to, go through them collectively. Have a hand there from the lady from Morocco, and then, yes. It doesn't matter which order.
Thank you so much. My name is Inema. My first question, my sister, she already asked that. Second question, we have big issues about how we can get to money. This is big issues about women in Africa. We don't have access to education. To fulfill, to get money from, for example, World Bank, USAID, is only for government. And you know, no women, they are in government. That is number one. Big issues about African women. And it's African women who work about climate change, who do everything about water, about trade, about everything. They are women. And another question is, how maybe is to ask our leaders here how you can help us to have grassroots women, they can have access to this financial. And also another things, it's not project. You must think it's a movement. To have a movement is not to say, okay, you need 1 million. And how we can have these things happen is we need to work together, every woman where they are, to get that. But we don't have this level to work with you, my sisters. I tell you, we don't have that. Thank you so much.
Thank you. The lady from Morocco with the red shirt there.
Enabling conditions.
Thank you so much. My question is, how can we shape a new international agreement that is reactive with the changes in our community, in our environment, in our economy, and also the uprising of the women climate networks in these countries, so that to ensure their access to the climate funding? Thank you.
And we take one more up here.
Hi, my name is Shauna Stephan with the Restorative Leadership Institute and also World Pulse. And Nolene, you talked about the importance of reconfiguring the system, and Lydia, you spoke to the heart of the matter, which is about it being about profits and the importance of looking to Western countries in making the significant shifts. Just where I'm pointing to them all, and then I'll come back. Hi, world. And then what I heard then, both from Janet and from Lori, was speaking to how the possibility of taxes or fees on the existing system. And by the way, I just want to put a shout out to a great woman leader, Hazel Henderson of Ethical Markets, who has been a voice for the financial transaction tax and the love economy for decades. And her Ethical Markets is a great media resource for us, by the way. So my question relates to returning to the earlier panel's conversation about policy change and in terms of the way we do business. And I hadn't heard a mention about the movement to redefine business in the US. It's called the B Corp or Benefit Corporation Movement. And in that movement, there's a three-prong approach. One of those prongs is being a certified business, third-party certification B Corp. And a second part is the policy change that's happened in 20 states around the country. With Delaware, the conservative corporate bastion, just passing it. And then driving capital to those kinds of responsible businesses. So my question is, what do you think about the potential of that as coalition, when we're talking about coalition, and a great resource for this movement?
Okay, we have unfortunately only about 10 minutes to wrap it up. So I would say we'll start out with answers to the questions, and maybe I'm going to reserve for myself the right or the pleasure of the shortness of it, I might need to explain one or two things, and we should have a longer conversation. But I wanted to give the respect to some of the policy approaches.
Can I just try to speak a little bit about some of the stuff that I heard? How do we get it down to women at the grassroots level? I think there's only a simple answer is we have to do a lot of hard work in order to translate it into terms that they can understand. And based on the work we have been doing with women at the grassroots level and explaining it, they will understand, and they do understand. The women farmers understand that there's a lot of changes in the weather that has now made them, forced them to change in the way that they plant, when they harvest, when they plant, and so on. Women in the communities who constantly get flooded understand that there's something wrong because this hasn't happened for us in a long time, and it's just happening now. I think we just have to just buckle down and do the hard work of explaining it in terms that they understand, in language they understand. We need a lot of materials in our own languages, so at least from our experience. It's very difficult to ask African countries who are now discovering oil not to use their oil if the US is using its oil and making a lot of profits from their oil. But one of the realities is that in many of the oil-producing countries in the South, the money that comes from oil isn't going to the people. The oil isn't going to meet people's energy demand, so that has to be questioned as well. I mean, I don't have any easy answers for that, but just to say that there has to be massive reduction of the use of fossil fuel, and one of the things that we shouldn't do from the South is to extract the fossil fuel and sell it to the North, where the excessive consumption is already taking place. So, but the North has to provide, and that was the beauty of the Yasuni proposal, to leave the oil in Yasuni in the ground, but they have to be compensated for that. How do we get the money to the grassroots? I leave that to Lian to respond to as well, because there's a lot of proposals that we have in terms of getting the money to the grassroots. But I think the most urgent thing is, how do we raise the money in the first place? There's no money coming from the rich countries. And by the way, I'd like to introduce the word reparations, because we see this climate finance as reparations for all the harm that has been caused by the climate crisis that they caused. No? So we see that as not assistance, but reparations. And there's no money yet. And then finally, how do we shape a new agreement? I mean, there's no other way to do it but to make sure that we grow the power, we accumulate the power, and use this power to compel the leaders, because so far the power that we have now is not cutting it. It's not making a difference in how the leaders are talking about the new agreements.
I'm going to try and respond to a few, some of that. The first thing I would say, and it's all linked, so the first thing I would say is, in order to transform climate financing, we have to go deeper, and we have to look at what we have to transform in the post-2015 development agenda. And that process means that we have to look at Agenda 21, and we have to look at historical responsibility. That means that we have to talk about the issues of green economy and conditionalities. We have to say, if we're going for finance, it's about debt relief. And it is about reparations, and it is about everything that's gone on before. So rather than countries getting into more climate debt because they have loans, this is one of the questions that's being asked in terms of women from the South around the world is, we don't want to get into even more debt because we're having to respond to climate change issues. So related directly to the question around how does money get to women from the South, we have the same issue, and the thing that we have to talk about is states have specific needs, depending on the kinds of states they are. And one of the things that we have to do is we have to recognize that we need those diverse options. That has to be reflected in the text. There has to be accountability in every single governance text that we have for these climate funds. But also, it has to have CSOs involved substantively and meaningfully, and that means means of implementation. That means the funds for us to participate in the room, in the negotiations. Because if we're trying to do it from 2,000 miles away in Fiji, it's too hard to do. And you can't expect us to do it in the way that we need. That means also that we have to work with the women's funding networks. There's wonderful women's funding networks, including Global Fund for Women, who are looking very much at this issue that you're talking about. If it's not getting down to the women on the ground who are doing the work, then it's not climate financing. And that's what we're talking about now. We need to be an advocacy, a real movement for that. The things that we have to do is we have to talk not just about financing, but about resourcing, about enablement to get into political spaces, about political will and technical resources, and how you make sure that those are melding together in the correct way, in the way for the greatest change. So that's another thing. And then my last thing is, because this is kind of probably the last time I'll speak, but what I wanted to say was, can we be real? If we're talking about paradigmatic change, and we're talking about the corporate sector and what they need to do to change, it's not about asking, it's about saying, we know the global landscape now. We have articulated, you can look at research everywhere that tells you who is making the most profit from development. 20 years ago, 25 years ago, Dawn was talking about the marketization of governance and development. Vivian Taylor and others have already spoken about that. So the first thing I'd say is, can we go to the heterodox knowledge, to the heterodox research that's not mainstream economics research? There are amazing researchers who can give us this. We don't need more research. We know where the money is going. Then the second thing around that is, once we know where the money is going, can we be real about political actors? And the one thing I wanted to quote from, because I'm going to end now, is there's some recent research that shows a remarkable bow-tie-shaped network where the center knot represents a core group of around 147 transnational corporations that collectively own 4/10 of control over the economic value of all global transnational corporations. This is a super entity. It's a political actor. It's in every space that you and I are negotiating in. So when I'm speaking to the UN, I want the UN to take note of that. When we're speaking to our own governments, I want my state to take account of that. It's an invisibilized actor. We act as if these are individual transnational corporations. We have Ted Turner here, who is doing the work that he needs to do to contribute to changing this paradigm. But that is not about this political actor. And we need to talk, if we're going to talk about public-private partnerships, as we're doing a lot of in the UN right now, what kind of public-private partnerships are we speaking about? What are the ones that are enabling our environment, that are enabling climate change to be dealt with, and what are the ones that are making it worse? Because I am certainly not about private-public partnerships that are about extractive industries and extraterritoriality issues where a company can go from one country where they have their major holdings and bring it to Papua New Guinea and do enormous untold damage to my water, to the places where my children bathe. This is not what we're talking about when we're talking about public-private partnerships. So I'll just end with that. Thank you very much.
I want to follow on to that because I think it actually raises up the question about new fossil fuel discoveries in Africa. And in particular, as someone from the US, Obama's new Power Africa initiative and an Electrify Africa Act that's moving through Congress. It really connects with what Nilena is speaking of, because it's while it's a bill and an issue about energy access for the poor in Africa, and that's how it's being sold by development institutions and by something called our Overseas Private Investment Corporation, which actually guarantees U.S. industries investments in other people's countries, in the countries of Africa. If you look deeper into what's inside that act and inside that initiative, it's largely about celebrating extracting oil, natural gas, and refining natural gas in particular in the continent of Africa. And if you look behind those actors, you'll see that in the press releases and the news shots, the GE logo is behind President Obama's head in those shots. So I think it's really lifting up and visibilizing those corporate actors and the networks of corporate actors is really important, because they're using our language of energy access, they're using our language of meeting our own basic needs as a way to push forward an agenda of financializing and raising capital. Just to speak quickly to this idea of benefit corporations, other formations of corporations, of other formations of economic relationships. I think all of those are exciting. I think she maybe left the room. I think all those are exciting, but we can, and I think there are multiple ways. I think this is the idea of multiple strategies that people talked about yesterday. There are lots of different alternatives that are small moves forward that chip away at the institution, the global economy as an institution as we see it right now. But I think what both folks are saying is that there needs to be that chipping away and the paradigmatic shifts happening at the same time. So it's not one or the other, it's both happening simultaneously.
Okay, and to round that up, and unfortunately not in a way to give an exhaustive answer to the question that Rosemary has asked, which is worth asking, is actually what you can do to make the existing climate financing instruments be reflective of the needs of grassroots women's. And I think there is a lot that actually can be done. I hope we are starting the conversation, and I would actually need allies like you and others to work with us, provide that feedback as we are going forward and defining the governance structures within the Green Climate Fund, for example, to have that feedback, to have that push for you to reach out to the African representatives on the board of directors and make that statement so they are then supportive of the policy formulations that civil society, including, very gender-aware civil society groups and gender-focused groups, and myself, because I've dedicated quite a bit of focus on that work, are bringing into the discourse. So we need the support, we need your engagement and your interest in what is happening in the funds. You need to ask what funding is available, where is it going, what is done in my country about it, so that we change the interaction of the funds that is at the moment largely a government defining country ownership as a government to fund relationship, instead of recognizing that a country ownership means the responsibility of the government to its citizens and people, including women, and primarily women, for the kind of implementations that we want to see on the ground. And so we close with that. Thank you.
Is this on? Okay. We're going to have one Skype session, and then we're going to break for lunch. We are very fortunate to have McKibben, the co-founder of 350.org, who is going to give us a provocative intervention vis-a-vis Skype. Thank you very much. Great session, by the way, ladies.
Hello there. Should I just go ahead and talk? Well, it was such a pleasure to get to talk with you all. I'm on the opposite coast in Seattle, where we yesterday had a really big and beautiful gap in the waterfront. People trying to block not only the Keystone Pipeline, but block the coal trains that will be running to the ports along the Pacific Northwest. It was a beautiful, powerful day, headlined by all sorts of indigenous leaders from this part of the world. And it was a kind of reminder of just how much energy there is at 215 sites, I think, around the U.S. yesterday. In 47 states, there were demonstrations about the Keystone Pipeline, and I'm so grateful for all of you. I'm so grateful for all of you for being there. You know, for me, I was looking down the list of delegates to your summit, and there were a couple of things that struck me. One was that I knew, of course, a bunch of the people there, and they're among my greatest heroes in the world, something who I've known about, interviewed over the years, and written about, like Vandana, Jane Goodall, or Sylvia Earle, or other such heroes, and others who've been my colleagues, you know, Naomi Klein and Melina, Lubicon, Massimo, and of course, really my closest colleague who's last year's in this fight, Abe Boovey, who runs 350.org. It's a great pleasure to get to work with her and to learn an enormous amount from her over the years. The other thing that struck me that I thought made me even happier was that I didn't yet know probably 2/3 of the people on the list. And that, for me, was a powerful reminder of how big this movement is already getting and how beautifully it's spreading out. The only thing I want to say to you, really, is that I think we're building together a new kind of movement that's very different from how movements have looked in the past. We're up against the most sprawling, omnipresent adversary that you could imagine in the fossil fuel industry. It's the richest enterprise in human history, and it's absolutely everywhere. It's in the political life of every country. It's embedded in every economy. It's, everything in a world in some ways cracks. So the opposition to that world has to be sprawling and everywhere, and that's the kind of movement that we're starting to build. It doesn't look like the movement we're used to reading about from history, where there are a couple great paramount leaders. In the United States, we think about Dr. King and the civil rights movement. It doesn't look like that. It's tens of thousands of groups of people fighting important fights where they are and able to come together on days and seasons when it's important for us to come together for the iconic fights. And for me, in a sense, what it does, it's echo, it sort of looks like almost the kind of energy system that we want to build. Not a system with a few huge power plants, but a system with tens of millions of solar panels all linked together. That network in this movement is more important than the individual part. And we have this tool in the internet that allows us to be relational in a way that we haven't been before. To be able to spread information and ideas and tactics and inspiration around easily to each other. It's kind of wild card that gives us a chance against the overpowering money of activists. And I got to say, I'm very hopeful that it's giving us now the edge that we need. Not that we're going to stop global, as you all know, it's too late for that. We look on in horror today that they still dig bodies out of the flooding in Mexico, out of the hills of Colorado. We look on as in horror as dengue continues to spread fast across tropical Asia, Africa, and South America. All these things are signs that we've waited in a sense too long to get started to stop in its tracks, but not too late to keep it getting entirely, and not too late to use this moment to build a very different kind of a world that's far more decentralized, spread out, democratic, relational, that command and control world we've been living in recent years. And it's very privileged to get to be a small part of that movement, to get to have many sisters and brothers all over the world who are deeply engaged in this fight. I look forward to staying shoulder to shoulder with all. We'll see how it all comes out. Since the fight is the important thing right now, off the flat together that fight. So, good luck. And hi to all my friends that I've known for years. very much getting to know the rest of you and, of course, struggles ahead. Thank you, guys.
Sorry about the technology there, but as you know, the gist of the message, and you can find Bill online, was that he's tremendously in support of the work that we're doing, and we were so blessed yesterday to have May Buvey come and be here for a day, who's become the international director, really, of the 350.org movement. So I don't know if Bill can still hear us, but let's give him a big round of applause. Okay, so it's been a long morning, a great morning, full of just everything from the big picture of the rights and the responsibilities of the entire existence of nature to the follow the money, exactly where it gets real. So with those two kind of setting parameters for our thoughts for the afternoon, we have two things we're going to be moving into right after lunch. And the first, I just want to say, is the breakout. Oh, actually, I'm wrong. We have a lunch plenary, which is going to be really fantastic. So we want to move there quickly. But the breakout groups, two of the groups were equally small, and when we combine them, they all become exactly the same, all three. So we're going to put the women building the movement. We've also lost a couple of the speakers for those, so we're combining the two groups. If you signed up for the group chaired by Kelly Rigg, please stand, Kelly, or the group that's chaired by Jackie Patterson in the back. Jackie and Kelly are going to co-chair one group of women building the movement together. And that group is going to meet in this room, and all the speakers will be part of it. So we'll meet in this Montebello, and I think Sabine Bach, you had a PowerPoint, and you'll be able to show it now because you'll be in this room. We'll work on a technology on that. But again, the women building the movement, both groups work together and work in this room. The other two groups, Women in Traditional Ecological Knowledge, that one is going to be moderated by Hindu. Hindu, vous êtes ici? Wait, bon. Okay, so this is going to be in now room Renaissance. Originally that was going to be in this room, it will be in Renaissance, okay? And so everyone who's with Hindu, that will be the workshop on traditional knowledge. And the final one is Women and Climate Policy. And that is going to be moderated by Bridget. Are you here, Bridget? Bridget Burns, thank you. Bridget, please stand. And that one is now going to be in Renaissance, okay? Oh, I just said that, I'm sorry. That will be in the other Montebello, which is next door. So we're sort of switching things around. And we'll put the signs on the doors so that you know where to go. One special thing that we're asking you to do is we've been working in working groups. To do very focused work, and we'll do more on that this afternoon. However, if there's new ideas that come up in your workshop that you want to put into the climate action agenda, that's also campaigns or thoughts or ideas that come forth in the during the discussions that you're having. Please feel free to bring those forward to the action agenda as well and take notes and get them to me or bring them up in the plenary in the brainstorm session this afternoon. Again, we hope you have and lunch is now going to be in the Hudson room. I have one more announcement. Tomorrow, then you should all listen to this very carefully. The delegates checkout is at 12 noon. Your baggage can be left in Montebello room, which is right here, and the luggage can be picked up on the way to your shuttles. So again, the baggage can be left here. You need to check out of your room by 12 tomorrow, and we'll go from there. Tonight, dinner will also be in Renaissance. So I wish you all get your lunch. We're going to be staying in this room, eating in this room, and I guess the speakers will join us in this room. Okay, so questions? No, okay, great. Lunch is now served. Oh, the speakers don't start till halfway.
Excuse me,
yep.
I have...
Use this one, it's on. What do you want? What's the...
Maggie Fox, Julia Marton-Lefevre, Jody Williams, Andrea Santy. Please let these women get their lunch first so that they can eat and then be able to do their panel. Thank you.